and welcome to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming. You're joining us. Certainly do hope doing great on the sixth week final day is where we're at, and indeed when it comes to the journey has certainly been strenuous for a lot of these champs, because after all the competition is getting that much more fierce as you move on from one weekend to the other. Of course, if you're joining for the first time ever, we are streaming for the past 6 weeks and it is a weekend tournament. Friday, Saturday, Sunday is the best way to enjoy some esports, is to catch us with some awesome esports entertainment for you guys. My name is Blotter, your host. Joining me on the honest desk, it is none other than Phoenix for some conversation on FIFA.
Thanks a lot, Blotter, for the introduction. And yesterday we saw the Beast mode got active from the side of Beast Beyonce, and he won the yesterday game. And today we have match of table toppers who is Deevak and Masoom. And today we are going to witness some very aggressive game coming from their side. And I really want that today Masoom is going to be score maybe 6 or 7 goals. What do you think?
I mean, I would love to see that. Absolutely would love to see that, because last time when we were not able to stream the game was Masoom. He was playing against, or was supposed to play against, Dragon Miller. But due to some unfortunate events, Masoom was not able to play. Thus, he has been given a yellow card.
Yeah.
So that is sad. But indeed, had he played the game, he probably would have been on the top position right now.
Yeah, that's
Maybe.
true. Maybe we can clearly see that Deevak is on the first position, having 10 points, and he just won 3 matches, same as for Masoom as well. He's having 3 matches, but the thing is, he lost 1 match. Maybe if he's going to win today's match, so maybe he's going to conquer the first position, and really want that Masoom have to conquer that position, because you have to give the perfect competition to your opponents. And if you talk about it doesn't matter if anybody lose, because the thing is you are getting some knowledge. You just have to be very clear about that, because every time you lose you just have to you just get to know that what is my mistake, what I just did wrong, and where I have to pass at what moment, and what I did wrong. And I really hope that Masoom must have to win today's game.
Absolutely, it's all about critiquing yourself, and critiquing yourself is the best way to understand how to move forward in terms of your gameplay, in terms of your skills, in terms of your understanding of the entire game altogether itself. With that, let's get this game started and throw it to our casters, who once again are going to be none other than Snare and Chickday.
Thank you very much, Blotter. Phoenix, always good to hear what you have to say as well. And the other guy I don't usually happy to hear his opinions is Mr. Snare. How are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm glad you always mention second, because that's where all your opinions land, in the primary second order.
How you doing,
2020, the worst is always last, but I'm okay. I'm good. I'm pretty much excited for this match, because yesterday we had a pretty much good time, exciting with the best players we expected, but now we're actually going to be seeing the best players at the top of the league itself. So, expectations are changing, but the thing that's not going to be changing is the fact that we're going to be seeing some amazing FIFA. So that's the primary thing I'm excited for.
Yeah, this is a matchup I'm very hyped for. Deevak, of course, the top of the leaderboard right now. So in UMZANSI League, he is the beast. He's the man to bring down. And he's also coming off a second place in the main gaming tournament that happened this past weekend, where he lost to Giulio the Beast Bianchi, the true beast, in the final. So a lot of momentum for him right now. The top dog in this tournament, finishing second in another. He's definitely the favorite right now, but Masoom is not a player you take lightly. And this is a bravado versus bravado rivalry going on right now as well, Snare. And the biggest thing for you is we're not seeing a Liverpool versus Liverpool matchup, Snare.
Yes, I'm hyped. I'm just seeing France. France is always my favorite team, always to see. Already we're seeing some hyper-aggressive players coming in inside the box. But one of the things I'm most excited about, right? You were mentioning the fact that we saw a victory happening in a tournament on the weekend. But the thing that we always thought about seeing over the course of the UMZANSI League is the fact that players are going to adjust, adapt, and think about how to play against their opponents. And we have seen that, right? At the very early stages. We talked about this yesterday. Early on, we saw 5, 6, 7, 8-0 games. But as time has gone on, the score margins have definitely decreased. So players are thinking much more deeply about how to be able to attain success in the particular matchups, which I think the most exciting part about having a long form league like this, right? Instead of having like a flash in the pan tournament. So, for example, even though Giulio might have won a tournament, hasn't been looking so hot in the league itself. So that means there's a different kind of competition coming out here in the form of the UMZANSI League.
The dynamic has most certainly been different, but what isn't different is how good Mr. Deevak has been. He's been on form this entire league, and I hope to see big things from him today. And, you know, he is playing the France again, like we saw him play against Julio last week, where you were absent, Snare. This time, it seems to be his comfort for now. Snare, is France your favorite team in FIFA because they're actually the best? Whoa. Before we get to that, Mbappe in a dangerous position. Ben Yedder here as well. Can he get a shot off? He's going to hold on to it for now, but the defense is there from Masoom in the end. That was close.
In answer to your question, yes. Yes. Just
you know
yes.
exactly what I was going to ask, right?
I know exactly what you're going to ask, and yes, that is the exact answer to that.
All right, I get you. And now, Masoom going to go on the counter himself, passing the ball nicely here through the midfield, sending it to Mane in the middle, but the defense from Deevak on point once again. Last week, I actually called Julio and Deevak's match a defensive masterclass. That's how good the defense was over those two legs.
But speaking of defense right now, with Kingsley Coman, though the ball might have been thrown out, I think this might actually have 3 or 4 touches before we're in a situation where a strike is possible. Small Pogba touches. And this seems quite dangerous. One of the things with France is that, okay, that I'll mess up a little bit. The point I was going to make is that with France, at any given point, you're always in position to be able to make an aggressive touch. But unfortunately, he messed it up, and now we see that Masoom doesn't actually manage to maintain possession. So it doesn't seem like a clean match on either side. I don't think it's nerves necessarily, but I think it's just like the level of FIFA that we're seeing. Sometimes you see players seem like they're making mistakes, but it's kind of what we saw in the previous days where you're having to think 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 steps ahead in order to try and make a play into the box, and sometimes doesn't always make a successful run through.
Just a very competitive game so far. These players are quite evenly matched. They know each other quite well because obviously they're teammates. So it's kind of like in the tennis world when Serena and Venus Williams play against each other. There's no funny business there. They've been playing against each other their whole lives. They just get to the point and play the game, and we see something similar here. And now we see Masoom in some good space here, making that run through the wing. Liverpool at their most dangerous when they're playing through the wings, but this time the pass doesn't make it through into the box there. And now it's a chance to counter for Deevak. Oh, look at that defense there.
Nice. That was incredible. That was very well timed, very well planned. I'll be honest though, one of the reasons I really like this French team is at least 4 times in this game we've seen N'Golo Kante being the one that like breaks down the play. Now we see Rafael Varane. It just seems quite difficult at any given point in time to actually break down all the defense or all the central defensive midfielders who are always dropping deep back whenever the ball is playing into a defensive position. But now long pass through, Mbappe in a position. Nobody's in the box right now, so can't really get off across, but he does earn himself a corner kick.
It's funny you bring up on the point of how you like to see this France team match up. I feel like Liverpool one of the best teams to play with against France because their wing backs are just that good in the form of Andy Robertson and Trent Alexander-Arnold that you can actually defend against the likes of Kingsley Coman and such. And now, Pogba has some space but not going to be able to get a shot off there. Masoom has been very composed so far this game. I love to see it. You haven't seen any bad passes or anything. He's been defending well. Game's looking really good for the man in blue. Well, both these guys are in blue right now.
But he's got a quite counter-attack right now. He's in the box. Okay, he's actually going to get the disposition out to Robert Firmino inside the box, but not an opportunity to get the shot off. But exactly what you mentioned, that everybody's able to claim and reclaim possession at every given point in time. But the difficulty is that nobody's able to really find an opportunity to get fourth in goal. Like even right now, Dembele does have the ball, but already we see a lot of Liverpool defenders back in the box. And Deevak himself realizes this, tries to recycle the ball back in the midfield. But it does seem like it's going to be very difficult for him to be able to break through. He's trying to get these passes threaded through, but look how difficult this is. Immediately. Like, I was complimenting yesterday the fact that we saw Metronome being able to defend with Liverpool. But hold on, neither in the last points. Oh, ball hits the post, not able to get into the box. Oh my god. And somehow he's able to recycle the ball out with Mo Salah, with Mane. Back onto Salah.
Masoom has a chance to counter here. He's on the run. Salah in a dangerous position here. The pass absolutely perfect to Mane in the box. Can he do anything with it though? No, the defense from Deevak. Oh no! The deflection! Oh! There's a chance. Firmino puts it in the right corner. Masoom, how? And the fact that he scored off that from that position is crazy, especially considering Deevak's last possession. I mean, that should have been a goal for Deevak. And now Masoom sitting pretty here. 1 up before the end of the first half in the first leg snare.
I was actually about to compliment Masoom in that point position to say that he seemed extremely composed even though the ball bounced off in the post. It looked like it was going to be a very close goal, but he immediately regains the composure, dribbles onto the other side of the pitch, gets himself a goal, and it looks like nothing's changed. It looks like the game actually started with 1-0 because he seems so composed. And Masoom, man, like, did you expect that? Did you see that coming? Like, out of nowhere,
You know what
he gets
this
a
game
goal.
completely reminds me of, Snare? If I look at, go back again to last week's Champions League final, right? Although Bayern had more possession, it was PSG at the end of the first half making all the deep runs, having all the opportunities. They had 3-4 at the end of that. They were the aggressors, really, even though the possession was Bayern's way. But that one slither of a chance that Masoom got, he just had the experience and composure to put it away, right? Like, he's played a perfect game of FIFA so far. Even if he conceded again that one goal where Deevak split open his defense, it wasn't really a mistake from him. It was more just Deevak playing really well. So Masoom looking 10 out of 10. Top solid right now.
I think one of the things that he's going to be looking forward to in this contest now is that he knows that Deevak is going to be the one that, even though he's at the top of the log, it's not necessarily satisfying because he's in a position right now, Deevak, that he's the only player thus far to have yet to lose an entire series. So it is quite important for him to try and maintain that record, if nothing else but for his pride. And now he's getting in with these passes. Already immediate defense, Trent Alexander-Arnold. He gets a throw in, but I don't think there's going to be enough space enabling for him. Paul Pogba getting the passes through. What do you think, Camille? Is this going to be a goal? Nah, I think this is going to be held up too much. The defense is already through. Fabinho reclaiming possession, and now the ball is recycled onto the other side of the pitch.
Okay, I'm going to make a wild prediction today. I think we get 2 more goals before the 90-minute whistle is blown in this first leg already. I think either Masoom's going to score again or Deevak's getting one back, and there'll be one after that. Like, I'm pretty sure it's going to go 2-1 one way or another, the other. Because both these players are out for blood right now. Deevak keeping his composure as well, not trying to force things, even though he's 1-0 down. He'll still play his passing game. Barely held on to possession there, but he still has it. That's the important thing. And now this is a good opportunity. Mbappe couldn't wait to run through, but still has the ball, sending it over to Dembele on the wing. Can he get across in? Oh, he's going to run to the byline, but he's going to get dispossessed.
A bit too deep. I think that run was a little bit too ambitious. Either a cross or a straight shot would have sufficed, but in that position, nothing much can happen. But now, Trent Alexander-Arnold trying to get these dribbles through. Beautiful pass onto Minamino. And he's trying to get these passes out. 1-1 is on the cusp, but no, immediately dispossessed. Look how composed he is. It doesn't even look like he's actually pressured at all. In fact, the last time we saw him actually being able to score a beautiful goal was when we thought he was at the most pressure. So I think it's going to be weighing on the mind at this point of Deevak, thinking about himself to, if things go south at any given point, I might suffer a goal.
And this is when Masoom is at his best. I mean, everybody knows technically what a good player is, but he's had troubles at times showing up at the bigger stage. But this, not one of those chances. I thought he was going to put it away for number 2 there with Salah, but the defense was touched from Deevak. But Masoom's one of those players where you know how technically skilled this guy is. What can he bring to the table? And when he's this calm, this composed, I don't think he could beat literally any player in the world.
Look at this. Oh my god, this is actually an opportunity.
Salah once again. Mane in a dangerous position. Oh, so close, but he still has possession here, Snare. Can he start the goal away? Firmino holding up the ball nicely, doing what he does best, but eventually going to be dispossessed. A bad pass from Deevak though, he almost got caught there.
This is kind of what we saw in a couple of days where the additional touch kind of works against you. Might have just needed a lighter bit of touch, but not yet punished. He's still in an aggressive position. He's actually forcing Deevak into a situation where he has to change up his tactics. He's here with Firmino. Not able to find a pass through though. No cross, no pass. But nonetheless, he still doesn't seem pressured whatsoever, which is really concerning because this is a 2-leg series. And here in this first leg, it's still been utter dominance from Masoom from the first half into the second as well.
But now this is when Deevak's from his best, when he can play out through the midfield, when he can switch up the plays. He's going to play it slow. Only 20 minutes left of standard time, but not going to feel too under pressure just yet for Deevak. Doesn't have a reason to not trust his usual play style. Now, oh, trying to thread that pass through to Dembele on the wing, but not going to make it through that time round, Snare.
He is trying his best right now on the side of the park
Oh,
to at least create opportunities, but that tackle doesn't thread through. Sadio Mane in on the edge of the box. He's inside. Oh, what a touch coming at the last second. And as impressive as it might be, it is still a situation where at the end of the day, Deevak is staring down the barrel of his first overall loss here in the Umzansi League. He's 1-0 down.
It is a two-leg series there. Don't get too ahead of yourself. It ain't over yet. We still got 13 minutes left of standard time to play. And Deevak got a lot of defenders to get through, though, if he wants to score this time round, Snare. It's a tough position.
I'm so impressed by Masoom. It really seems like this is unassailable defense. Like, look at that. The back pass immediately sniffed out. Minamino now on a forward run. Will he be able to dome himself through? It does get dispossessed by Paul Pogba. This might be one of the few chances that he has to try and get the ball through for a goal. Paul Pogba, though, held up, tries to get the pass back, but immediately dispossessed. And one of the big things is that this is still wasting time. He's in a behind position. The game is pretty deep in 82 minutes, only 7 minutes left of regular time. And if he's not able to find a goal very, very soon, this is going to be a very dangerous position for him. But now, here with Firmino, beautiful back pass onto Minamino. Can he get this cross through? Nope, he doesn't. But is it going to be enough time, Camille? Is there enough time for him to actually make something happen?
Only 5 minutes left. This could be the last play of the game we see come out from Deevak. This will be his final opportunity if he wants to tie up this first leg. Will he be able to do it though, Snare? That's the question. He's going to play it slow here with Coman. Passing down to Mbappe. Now Mbappe has a chance to make a run, but look at this. Masoom's composure is just so great. We haven't seen a single defensive error from him this entire match, which is absolutely just insane. There hasn't even been a real chance for Deevak, but this might be it. Can he get the shot off? Ben Yedder trying to hold on to the ball. Going to send it to Pogba now in the middle. Going to get it to Mbappe. Mbappe takes it away. What a goal and what a time snare.
Wow. I am so impressed by both of these players.
I cast this custom. I cast this
You actually did custom. That was your
I said
fault.
no defensive errors. No defensive errors. And then the minute I say that, he just concedes a goal. What a goal, though.
To be fair, right? To be fair, I don't think it was a defensive error in terms of how he considered a goal. That was just incredible play coming in from Deevak. Dude, like, at that point, I thought he was going to try and get himself a pass, but already on the other side of the pitch, Minamino, this might be the last actual passage of the play. I honestly thought the game was over. We're going to go 1-0 into the second game, but now, reclaim possession. Okay. The last, maybe few touches, gets the pass through, the shot, whoa, hits the post, what? Oh.
Okay, if y'all missed the FIFA match and tuned into the stream for only the last 5 minutes in FIFA time, y'all were treated with some crazy plays because we saw a goal, we saw a crossbar get hit, we saw everything, yo. What a first leg. I could not have asked for a better game, and I do think the 1-1 is fair. Yes, Masoom controlled the majority of the second half, but in the first half, Deevak was definitely the better player. So I think all in all, equal. It's a very fair result going to game in the leg number 2, and the perfect result because both players are going to have to play for the win right now. Deevak doesn't want that L on his record, right, Snare?
Yeah, he is thus far the only player, like I said, that does not have a single loss to his name. So going in 1-1 is probably even a better scenario. So it might have been 1-0 against him. He's probably comfortable with the draw, but at the end of the day, he does want to lose. Nobody wants to lose. Everybody's trying to win, trying to succeed in the UMZANSI League. So, and I think the best thing about the game that we just saw is adaptation. The game that we saw in the first half was very markedly different from the game we saw in the second half. So I'm expecting that the game that we see in half 1 of leg 2 will also be following the same pattern. And it doesn't seem like anybody, though it might seem like a more slow build-up type of game from both players, nobody seems like they're just playing afraid to lose. People are trying to win, which is amazing. Which is all I want to see.
It's one of those, to go to a boxing analogy, I love my sports analogy. It's one of those fights where it's like two champions in the ring. There's no challenger mentality. Both these players are coming here feeling 100% certain they are the favorites and they're going to take the match, which is great to see, honestly.
Exactly. And now here we go. Game 2. Both players sticking to their teams. This is always how you know as well that people are super confident, sticking to their guns. Already we see Kingsley Coman on the wing. Will he be able to fight himself into the box? Ben Yedder Oh, I think that was a little bit too much time spent playing on the ball, not able to get it through to Mbappe. No shot comes through. So this will be a successful defense from Masoom. It will remain 0-0 here in the early stages of game number 2.
Masoom, I did think he played a very good game of FIFA. He didn't walk away with the win in the first leg, but I do feel like he played an absolutely phenomenal match of FIFA. And it looks like he's looking to follow that similar suit here by getting the pass to Mane in the middle. Mane can't get that pass back over to Firmino. So no goal for Masoom to start off the match. Still tied up 1 apiece in aggregate, 0-0 for leg number 2. But the Liverpool man still has possession of the ball somehow here, Snare.
Yep. No.
Passing it nicely here.
Oh, this actually
a lot of space.
Nah, it's not enough. It's not enough. Deevak already actually in this game number 2 has already made the defensive adjustments. We've already seen that he's playing much more with players in the back, prepared to hold out on situations where he's afraid to concede a goal. And I think this is probably the correct adjustment from him. He realizes that he's probably better off trying to counter-attack rather than trying to straight up go for in a threatening position. But here he is, Firmino. But this is exactly what I mean. How are you supposed to get the ball through? There are literally 5 France players back in the back. On what planet are you supposed to thread a pass through when you only have 3 attacking players on the side of Liverpool? Unless you try to play a more aggressive formation, but that might leave you vulnerable to counterattacks. So this complicates the situation.
It does, but Masoom playing patiently. Oh, he gets a nice backheel pass to Mane there, but can't get the turn and the dribble through the opposing defenders. Now the chance for Deevak to go to a counter-attack here. We've seen him be very dangerous from the wings in this position before.
He's trying to make these passes happen. Here's a shot. Oh, that was actually incredible. What a disposition from Fabinho. You know, whenever you see Fabinho or Virgil van Dijk stop in attacking play, you completely understand why so many of these top tier players pick Liverpool as their primary team.
Oh, the pass.
Nope.
If that went through, that was 100% goal. Like, okay, 99% because, you know, FIFA is a funny game, but 99.9% goal. And now, chance for a counter. Coleman on the wing, so damn dangerous. Going to get a great pass over to Ben Yedder here, but look at that defense from Masoom. Not faltering at all. That was such a dangerous position. If he didn't get that tackle off, who knows what would have transpired.
There's still a chance right now for Deevak. He has reclaimed possession in the middle of the pitch. Dembele recycling it. Oh, but Wijnaldum. Beautiful interception from him. And this might be an opportunity for Masoom. He's trying to get through these passes, but unfortunately, it does seem like this midfield area is very difficult for either player to break down. But now we're back into Deevak. Oh, what a save coming in from Alisson on the side of Liverpool. Masoom prevents the goal coming in from Deevak.
Oh, such a brave strike on the volley there. If Mbappe scored it, that would have definitely made it to the highlight reel, Snare, because that would have been sensational. Unfortunately, though, Alisson too good on the saves. Kind of at the keeper shot. Oh, here's a perfect opportunity. Mane, can he run through here? Pass wasn't deep enough for him to just get to beeline into the keeper, but he still has position. And now, even if deeper in, can Masoom close us out? Oh, no, he can't.
Ooh.
Couldn't finish the job there, unfortunately.
Yeah, the angle at that particular point in the shot was too crowded out by these France defenders. And there's no opportunity for him to get able to get the cross off. Does end up getting himself a foul. However, no real opportunity for a goal to happen. Still going to try and make the attempt, but geez, wow. Okay.
What a strong
the
tackle.
Superman tackle, wow. Wow, okay.
Yo, that tackle was out for blood, you know? You think...
Unfortunately, that tackle doesn't really end up getting himself into a winning position. Deevak, however, back on the ball, running forward, doesn't really have that many options open. Dembele out onto the far flank. He's able to recycle it out onto Mbappe, but too many touches of the ball. Can he get the shot off? Paul Pogba, oof! One slight touch coming in from Masoom. My goodness. He is really making it seem effortless at this point.
If you could just have made that play with one touch less, I'm pretty sure that could have been a goal for him. But unfortunately, Pogba was a little too heavy there. And the response from Masoom, picture perfect once again. And now, Oh, he's going to get stripped away from off the ball. Deevak's defense looking solid in the second leg once again. Now passing the ball around nicely in the middle, starting to build up rhythm on the France man. And look at this long pass. Is he going to make it through Mbappe's feet? No, he doesn't. Allison coming out of the box, like almost the edge of the box there, isn't it?
No cap, I actually think N'Golo Kante is the best player in FIFA. Like FIFA 20, I think this is the best player overall, but unfortunately he's on a garbage team when playing manager mode. When playing Chelsea, even though I love that team, feels bad.
Chelsea's team for FIFA this year, questionable at best, I'll say.
But nonetheless, Ben Yedder, this deep forward run, we saw an opportunity earlier on. He realizes it's going to be very difficult to get past Allison. Very end of the first half, so this is the last patches of play that we're most likely going to see. Still, thus yet able to get anything through. Benjamin Mendy kind of throws a pass, so as long as this gets dispossessed, I think this is going to be the end of the first half. So 0-0. We still remain drawn. 1-1, 0-0. The second half, everything to play for here, Kamyo.
I really can't believe we didn't see a goal in this first half. Like, I thought we'd see 2 more by the end of the first leg. I was definitely wrong about that. But in this next half, I wonder if we'll see tactic changes, because I don't think either of these players are going to be happy to play out for the draw. I mean, Deevak has a few points to spare being at the top, but I mean, there's 2 players on 9 points just behind him. So, again, a draw is not good enough for anybody here.
Of course not. Who wants to draw? The entire point of playing competitive games is to win. So let's see what's going to happen here.
FIFA.
Dembele. Especially
Okay.
FIFA.
Channels more competitive spirit than FIFA amongst your comrades, you know?
Death and actual life. We see Mbappe with Paul Pogba. Oof. Unfortunately, unable to get it through. This is so frustrating. If you're Deevak right now, you're just thinking to yourself, what must it take to be able to break this guy down? Everything I've tried against everybody else has guaranteed me at least a draw. And right now, it's not good enough. He's only been, honestly, he's only drawn the 1 game because he got unlucky. But Deevak has been on supreme form. But in this situation, Masoom is displaying supreme form, ensuring that Deevak cannot find himself in any attacking positions.
The defense from Masoom has been the most impressive thing for me. Honestly, he's got unlucky, obviously, in the end of the first leg with the hitting the crossbar at the end. But his defense has just been solid. I think, like you said, when he conceded that 1 goal at the 88th minute, it wasn't a case of a defensive error. It was just Deevak playing really well. So Masoom, absolute beast right now, but doesn't have the chance to win. It's still 1-1. So momentum not that important because it's just so close. But we'll see who can get the chance to score here. Deevak playing it slow, not going to try for that ambitious runs on the counter. Rather play through the midfield the way he likes to. Now in a decent position, Coleman to Ben Yedder. Back to Coleman. 1-2 plays. Now to Mbappe with the shot.
Yes!
Mbappe, what the goal snare.
Woo! Woo! Kylian Mbappe. This is one of the reasons I love this French team. There are so many options from any particular position on the pitch. Secures the goal, 1-0 up. And now we have Deevak in a situation. Oh my goodness. Like, this actually changes everything, right? Because now there's no option for Masoom but to just go all in. There's nothing else he can do. And we already see him on the flank, not even trying to go for the throw-in. He really realizes that he needs a goal, he needs a victory. And Deevak being vindicated in the choice of the best team in FIFA 20 right now. He might have the opportunity right now. Sadio Mane for Masoom. No! Oh, the dispossession, no goal. No goal.
Oh man, the defender just bodied Mane off the ball. That was such a good opportunity for Masoom to equal out this best of 2 series. Now his chances aren't over just yet. Passing the ball up nicely on the pitch. Deevak did cue a pause, so you're going to make some tactical changes, but not going to get a chance to use it just yet. And now we'll see what Masoom can do here. He still has the possession snare. This is crazy.
This is actually kind of insane. He's still keeping the ball for such a long time. Since the goal, he's pretty much been in primary possession. He's inside the box right now. Fremont Pag get the ball back into the goal. What? You kidding me? Mo Salah, what a shot. Ooh, flexing on him. flexing on him with the no hands push up almost. My goodness, what a goal into the corner. Back into 1-1 territory. This is the same situation we saw in game number 1. Come on, we have a ball game. Almost literally. Are you
one of those
kidding
guys?
me?
When his back's to the wall, that's when he's the scariest, you know. And what a goal! I mean, there was just so much space there. If Mohamed Salah's going to get the ball in the box from that angle and there's no defenders around him, he's going to score that goal every single time. Especially when he's under the control of Mr. Masoom here. So now we tied up at 2 goals apiece in this series. 20 minutes left to play. Both players looking for the W. Who's going to find it though? That's the question, Snare.
That is the ultimate question. We do see both of these players really are trying to reach for the W. Nobody's going to be satisfied with just playing out for just a regular draw. Deevak trying to get as much forward as humanly possible, but already we see, my goodness, look at Masoom. He's pushing up his defensive line so much higher right now, trying to ensure that he has as many players as humanly possible to try to press the offensive pressure as soon as he gets the counter aggression. This might end up biting him in the ass though, as now we see Mbappe. Unfortunately, Allison ends up saving the shot. I think that was a premature shot, right? That seemed like it was a little bit under frustration there to try and make a play happen.
Yeah, it was interesting that he took it on the first touch there. I think he maybe had like 1 or 2 steps to take before he went for the shot. He didn't even take the time to stop sprinting, or maybe he did. That's why he hit it on the first run, because he knew if he carried on sprinting, he'd run out of space. So it's one of those decisions. Do it and be damned. Don't be damned. I can't fault him for that.
Yeah, he's trying to win, right? When you try to win, it is what it is.
Oh, that's the
Things get
opportunity
weird.
here, though, Snare.
It's inside the box. Dude, but I'm not sure what an opportunity this is, because immediately again we see Masoom prepared for this defensive pressure, and he cops a foul. No, he's gonna take a short pass. There we go. Play this out slowly. Mo Salah looking for an opportunity on the flank. Oh, but that pass a little bit premature. Sadio Mane not in position, and I think the pass a little bit too weighted. So this might end up being in a counter-attacking situation.
Oh. What a steal. That ball to Griezmann, he had so much space to just make the run through if it actually went through. And now, oh my god, Masoom!
Oh! No! Oh! He didn't believe in himself. And because of not believing in himself.
The Aubameyang and go for the chip there.
Oh.
The keeper
you know what happens,
from Deevak
right?
has been insane this match, I have to say.
You know, sometimes you're playing in the situation and you can't really believe what a good position you find yourself in as a striker. And you're like, what? This can't really be real. And you go for the additional play. You don't go for the super touch. And unfortunately, though, he doesn't get that through. But here he is again. Mo Salah. He's in the box. Can he get the shot through? What a save! What? Rafael Varane keeps the game.
The last shot. I don't believe it.
Me?
We're seeing everything here. And now, Deevak might have one more chance in this game. 2 minutes left of added time. But no, he gives away the possession and the whistle is blown. Deevak could have his second draw of the tournament. He'll still stay at number 1, seeing as Masoom hasn't beat him. But man, oh man, I think both these players are it's crazy to think that both players will be disappointed drawing. This is actually nuts. How many chances did Masoom have at the end of this game that just didn't fall his way?
Wow. I really hope, right? I'm really glad at this point in time that it's not possible to really bet that much on FIFA. Because if it was, a lot would be lost today. Oh my goodness. Like you mentioned, so many close calls being lost at the very end of the game. It could have gone either way throughout the series. How on earth is this a draw? Honestly, if you told me that this was going to be a draw, I would never have believed you. But the fact that it's a draw and it could have been a 4-4, 3-3, 2-2. The fact that it's a 1-1 draw is the real surprise. Oh my god. I don't know. I'm shocked. Wow.
It was a 2-2 draw in the end. It was a phenomenal game of FIFA. We've had a lot to say about it. But Phoenix, Blotter, what do y'all think?
Thank you so very much, Chikte and Snare. Indeed, what a game, what a cast, mate. That was phenomenal game. Match 1, leg 2, combined both together, 2-2 the final score indeed between these two lads. But what a play, the finest game that we've seen thus far.
You're really right. You know what? Now I understand why they walk on the first position.
Yes.
Now I got it, because in the second game, at the second half, Masoom is literally very close to score the last goal and going to have a 3-2 score. But you know what? Deevak just thought, okay, my goalkeeper is not working. Let's send my defender, and he's going to dodge the ball, and the same thing happened. What a save! Oh my God, that a mind-blowing performance coming from Deevak's side.
Absolutely, mind-blowing performance coming in from Masoom's side as well, because he was the one who started off within leg number 1 itself with the goals, and as soon as he did, well, Deevak wasn't that far behind, was he now?
Oh yeah, that's true. And let's have a standings, and Deevak still on the top with 11 points, and yup, Masoom is now on the second position with having 10 points for him. And we can say that is a balanced type of gameplay. Both the players are happy because they didn't lose. The first thing is they didn't lose, and this is very great. But
Absolutely.
But the thing is, the game he showed, the Deevak, I didn't expect that Deevak is going to score a goal in the very last moments of the first game. I didn't expect this, and he just keep that momentum to the next game as well. He got the we can say he got the lead by a 2-1, but Masoom did the same thing. After a few minutes, he scored the counter goal, and yup, it's just a draw. And
Legendary
amazing
game.
game.
Legendary game indeed. With that, though, we do reach the end of our FIFA segment. Stick around as we go on a short break, because coming right up is, of course, PUBG Mobile. Hello and welcome once again to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming. You're joining us live on Jinx TV, and this is the 6th week's final day. It is, of course, the semi-finals that we've landed when it comes to the PUBG Mobile segment. 20 teams started all 6 weeks ago, where we had 32 teams. Now it has spiraled down to 20 teams. As we move on from the semi-final into the final, we'll have only 16 teams. And to talk more about this entire saga itself, we do have Payne Fixes joining me on the NS desk.
Thank you so much, Blotter. But yes, over the past 2 days, we did witness some amazing action coming out there. But you have to understand that all these teams are fighting for something. That is the prize pool, the lion's share.
God, talk about that. I mean, this is incredible. You're talking 1 million rands. 1 million rands. Season 1 and 2 combined together. And of course, within that, you have the PUBG Mobile segment, which has the whooping prize pool of 493,000 rands. That is what is at stake. And of course, along with that, the glory of being number 1 of Umzansi Esports League when it comes to PUBG Mobile. And indeed, all of these teams, as we've seen from round 1 all the way into semi-finals, have showcased wonderful, wonderful show of events where every single team, you can very well point out, and have showcased a journey where you are just trying to learn, you are trying to grind, and you're moving up. Every single team. You talk about QST, you talk about Inkosi, you talk so many individual teams.
Absolutely, absolutely. But right now, let's take a look at the teams that will be playing. We have Team Vibe, INV Gaming, a House of Anubis, Dark Dragons, EFX, Nibbler DC, Oxium Elite, Spaza Gaming. These are just a set of the 8 teams. If you take a look at the next page, we have NF Unique, Gamers United Nation, Outsiders Official, Natural Killers, Reluctant SA, Quiet Storm Esports, Citizens Gaming, and Inkosi Esports.
Absolutely, and these are the first 16 teams in the list. As you move on to the final 4, you're looking at some real good contenders, because you have Godsent Temper, BBC, For You Quest, and Blink waiting for you at the bottom of the entire 20 squad. But of course, that does not mean that they are at the bottom of the leaderboard. I mean, it's quite opposite, actually.
They're all the 4 best teams,
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the creme de la creme is what we've seen right there at the end. And that is, of course, one of those features sort of put in the entire 20 list itself where, all right, you've got these teams. You had these teams that were grinding it out from semi-final. I mean, to the semi-final, and then finally you had these 4 teams that were just easing it through. For You Quest, BBC, right off from round 1, and Godsent Temper. I mean, they are in their own league altogether.
But there are 2 teams that have impressed me so far in the 4 games that we have had in a couple of days. That has to be Natural Killers and Gamers United Nation. With the way they have been playing, that was so good. But right now, if you take a look, I believe there are certain changes that can be made to this leaderboard, and that will be done. But coming back to the discussion we were having, Natural Killers, my, definitely living up to their names, getting a lot of kills, and Gamers United Nation, they've been so consistent.
So very true. I mean, this is one team. Gun has been one team that the chat has been screaming for as well. And not only the chat, I mean, this team has had so much of experience all across the globe. Participating in so many individual teams, tournaments, and I mean, it is wonderful to see this team finally bring out that synergistic performance and showcase that dominance. And with that, of course, we do have point structure on our screen.
There you go. The point structures, as we see, the first position gets 20, second gets 15, third gets 12, and so onwards. It reduces all the way down to the 13th position, where you just get that 1 point up until 20. So it has been revised a bit, but right now I'm really excited for the first game in Erangel.
Absolutely. We are going to get this game started, for which, of course, it is time to get back to our casters themselves, and who, once again, are none other than DK and Pachi.
Thank you so much to Blotter and Fixers and Patchy. Well, we're in for a very interesting evening. We're going into our 3rd day for the semi-finals. This is, of course, our first week. So, yeah, quite an interesting lineup with the teams here, and really looking forward to what we will be having here for today, because we're going back onto Erangel and Miramar once again.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be a little bit of a return to form. We went a little bit out of the ballpark, yesterday. Got some very interesting things going. The Sandhog. It was definitely interesting to say the least. Definitely a little bit outside of the comfort zone of a lot of the teams. Just trying to get in there. Definitely getting caught out here and there. But I mean, keeping the teams on their toes is nice, at least. And maybe they'll be able to just learn a couple of things here and there from that experience. But now we're going back to the OG, basically, to that sort of comfortable comfortable
Yeah.
spot where the players really know what's going on. And
Yep.
well, I'm hoping to see some seriously high quality stuff coming into today.
Yeah, well, we've got that plane that's already taken off, so we're now just waiting to move up into that match. As you can see here, that plane, as I mentioned, they're on the way. 20 teams, 78 players in this lobby, and that flight path taking us all the way from Multipower and, of course, heading straight over towards Primor. So once again, some interesting spots there for the teams to drop down into.
Yeah. The zone obviously has to be one of the things that we keep in the back of our minds, but for the moment, the flight path will give access to a couple of those places. They'll be able to drop down into military base if they would like to. Of course, they can also get in it towards, the normal players like Multa, for instance, Pachinki. They could probably run up in towards Yasnaya and Rozok as well if they wanted to. And I mean, we've seen that a couple of times before where some of the teams will just decide to really leg it up in a little bit, just make the distance, towards a place where they feel a bit more comfortable, which is good. I think that's definitely a good thing to do. There's no reason to put yourself in an uncomfortable spot just because of the flight path. So yeah, I mean, it's a decent access. They won't probably go all the way up to Saverni, but at least they'll be feeling pretty okay.
Yeah, well, we've got some early shots already now happening. As you can see, the players putting those hits right in towards each other. And that, of course, happening over in farm as the players there from Temper are now just moving up on the team from Odyssey, dropping fairly close together, and the shots just flying back and forth already. So great to see that early game engagement already happening. And well, we've got a few more teams also dropping fairly close on this map. So I think we're going to see quite a lot of action, in fact, going through this round.
Yeah, this is really nice to see. Some nice early aggression coming out here from, of course, Godsent Temper. We've got Odyssey just here. And like you said, there's quite a number of teams that are also, around inside the zone in a decent distance away. We've got EFX I think that's outsiders. We've got Vive as well. Gun also moving around there. So we've got a couple of teams already inside the zone. We even have INV off towards Malta. Got a lot of teams off towards the west as well that will have to make their way in eventually, as that zone has fallen in towards that eastern position off that eastern coast. So it is on towards that side. So a couple of teams will have to move up there. We do have a couple of teams down in the military base as well. That, of course, being Sparza Gaming and House of Anubis. So that's nice to see. Really good. And of course, that zone is in there as well, so they can just chill there for the time being. But of course, I'm hoping for some action to happen inside that zone at the moment.
Yeah, well, we can see the players here from Blink now getting ready to put some hits across over towards Oxy, as these two teams, of course, now very close. That's all the way on that eastern side, and then the Dragons now managing to get a few hits into, well, so a few of the players there. Well, I think it was the remaining player from Oxy, so they're already one man down. Let's see now, Toby's just pushing up with the vehicle there, trying to get that hit in. Superior just keeping him at bay, putting in shot after shot. Now we're waiting to see, will they be able to get it? Will we see Blink getting the wipe on the players from Oxy, or will Oxy be able to sneak in and get those hits going?
Now, Dragons are also just off to the north of that as well, so they could potentially come down maybe for some third-party shots if they choose to do so. Otherwise, of course, we'll just be seeing if Blink and Oxium will go at it here, just exchange some shots. Oxium obviously looking a little bit pinned down at the moment. Superior might just want to go in for a little bit of a push here. President up on that roof, just giving a little bit of overwatch and seeing what's going on there. And here comes Superior. Let's see if he can hit those shots.
So close. Let's see, he's trying to move up. Oh, some shots now coming in. President going down. Rick's getting that hit. Now Superior is caught in a fairly tough position. And well, his other two teammates are nowhere near. They are quite far away, coming in from that southern side. So waiting to see if they'll be able to make it up in time to provide that support that he so badly needs. But the shots in the meantime flying across. Down he goes. Oh, there we go. And Temper now rushing up in towards Odyssey. Shots still flying all over the place. Great to see the early game aggression. But down goes Shady. Flankono moving up. He is the last Lone Ranger for the team. Will he be able to find those hits in Sidon? Oh, that's Grim, sorry. Or was it Sidon? No, it was Sidon. Wow, there we go. So Temper taking them down just like that. We go down to 16 teams. And the team there from Blink also now putting a quick few shots into, well, what we had of the players there from, the EFX team. Here we go. So some great shooting once again.
Yeah, some nice shots going out there, some good battles, and wow, Temper managing to hold on by a thread. I mean, that last play from Temper was like 10 HP there. That was just absolutely right down to the wire. I mean, all of their players were knocked. One more shot from literally anything could have taken him down and just ended Temper's run right there in this map. But they managed to hold on. They managed to survive for the time being. Which, well, I mean, it's good to see these early fights happening. This is a really good way to end off this week, I think, for the moment. You know, start off nice and strong on the final stretch as it is. Going to knock out a couple of teams, and well, that blue zone has started to make its way on in, and so are some shots now from the Natural Killers on towards Gun.
Yeah, well, Natural Killers pulling up right into that compound where we've got the Gun team very well situated. You know, they're also pretty much almost in that central part of the zone. We also have the Citizens now moving up in towards Lipovka, putting some shots into Quiet Storm. But the Natural Killers now just trying to find their way. Will they be? Are they going to rotate out, or are they going to try and push up to the Gun team? Seems like Juicy and Vile was falling back, moving in to the support of the team. And well, we have the players there from Vibe, and the Outsiders, of course, up in the Rozak area as well. So there's a few spots where we've got, you know, some great potential for the fights to break out.
Yeah, we certainly do, and we can see some shots headed towards the Citizens here as they hop into that vehicle and start to make their way on out. Just going to be swerving out of that position here with a Quiet Storm, of course, just going out of their crosshairs, and a couple of teams now need to make their way on in, just surrounding that area, just all the way up to the north. We've got players up towards the west as well. They're going to need to make their way on in. That blue zone is starting to come. Ooh, nice airtime coming here by the Citizens. They're going to be doing some tricks for us on screen.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, as you want, eh? That is one of the few things that we see on the game here. But we see the Outsiders now moving up to INV. We see the players from Natural Killers moving up in towards what seems to be prison area here. As you can see them now just strolling around. But Gun are now getting hit as those shots from INV start flying up right towards them. So maybe we'll see the Outsiders moving in as well from that northern side. But in the meantime, Gun is going to try and put those hits in towards INV. Oh, has moved in just across the street. Getting that quick knock in towards Slim. It's a pretty tough start, but Broly sneaks in a quick hit over towards Boyka.
Yeah, we'll see if INV will be able to continue to put the hits in. It's a bit of a longer range battle, potentially a mid-range battle going on here. No real potential for them to rush up, because as soon as one of these teams leaves the compound, they'll be really exposed. There's quite a little amount of cover between these two buildings at the moment, so running out would be a little bit detrimental. So they're just trying to put those long-range hits in, try and get some knocks going, try and really, put the pressure on at the moment. But, well, we've got 69 players remaining. Nice. 18 teams here as they come on in towards the zone all the way in the east. Going to get a whole lot smaller, but we're seeing a lot of teams actually once again concentrated around that sort of central position around towards Shelter. We've got Vibrant, Gun, INV, Outsiders, and even BBC moving up, and potentially the Natural Killers off towards Prison as well, just around that area, really putting themselves in a good spot.
Yeah, we got Temper also all the way down there at farm areas. You can see fairly close to the team from Mikasi. They're waiting to see now what's going to happen. Are they going to push up? Are they going to rotate in? And House of Anubis now also just joining us on the main island, rotating up from that military island side. Ooh, Spaza Gaming now moving up as well, putting the shots in. There we go. That is what you want to see.
What is this?
Oh, man.
It's a dog
Blink
pile of
getting
cars.
hit. Wow. Yeah, well, that is what that's what happens if you see an enemy. You just pull up the handbrake and start shooting, regardless of where you crash into. You can see Deity now just trying to get up into that loot box. Yeah, pretty tough spot, but well played there. Spaza Gaming just coming in from the side. And a few more teams now slowly but surely making their way up. We still have a few teams coming in from that western side as well. So yeah, everyone heading in and heading onwards, but the shots are now flying up right there in the central part of the zone, where you've got the Outsiders and Vibrant, of course, now putting a few hits across. INV also trying to move up. You can see Blink just pulling up in towards that zone. Juicy here, all alone, no backup, no support. And of course, President still out in the blue. So waiting now to see if they are going to be able to make those rotations in. But in the meantime, INV and Vibrant are just going to be going at it in that central section, putting those hits in. And Temper also now rotating up. Some great action.
Oh, yeah. this could be spicy. If Temper and Gun move up into this middle section, this could be really spicy right here. Envy now holding on. You've got Inspector with very low HP, just trying to make it through these tunnels here, trying to just move through the bunker and not get taken out just yet. The rest of the team looking pretty low at the moment, as of course Vibe is over here trying to put those hits in. We've got a number of teams now moving in, so Gun and Temper have also moved on up in the nearby sort of area. So this could get pretty heated. Ooh, there comes Gunner, putting those shots into Boyka. Thy Slay is also just off to the side there, could be getting taken out anytime soon. Gunner just looking for it.
And we've got, well, the players there from INV down to their last hopeful, unless of course the rest can be done in time. But we'll see now, will Vibe be able to defend against the players that are now trying to move in? Will they find Inspector downstairs? Or will they move on and rotate up elsewhere? Gun, of course, as you mentioned, also still right there. Outsiders also sitting just over towards that northwestern side. So there is potential for Outsiders to sneak in a few third-party shots. You've got Unique, of course, also just up there coming in to that Yasnaya area. So yet again, some potential across the map there, but we're waiting to see now what Vibrant is going to do. Will he be able to sneak those hits in?
Yeah, that's what we're waiting to find out. See if they can get those angles on in. A couple of teams in the surrounding area. It looks like Temper has moved on, so they're not going to be a threat at the moment, but we still have Gun here. There's still Vibe. INV's out here trying to stay alive in this bunker. You can see an Inspector just hiding here for the time being, not really moving up, not too sure what's going on outside. In the meantime, the rest of the teams have made their way on up, and that blue zone is on its way in. So we're going to see where that next zone does land.
Yeah, as I was saying, we can see the players there from Temper, of course, very close to Mansion. We got the Citizens right there next to them. The team there from Unique, of course, now closing up on the team from EFX. Gun putting some more hits now into the teams around them. BBC, of course, over in Malta. We got House of Anubis also in that southern position. We got the team from Inkosi holding up in the farm area there. And Gun are now busy rotating up, moving in. There we go. The shots now flying up straight towards the Outsiders. Andrew getting knocked out in the process.
Oh, and those Grens are getting prepped now as well. Gun tossing them. Actually, they're just tossing the Grens at one another, just staring each other in the face at the moment as they toss those Grens on up. And the Grens do come in. The Outsiders knocking Slim over. The shots not coming through. Everyone's trying to get on up in towards this house. Support the team. Gun trying to hold on. Can it make it happen though? The shots flying through. Pyro's going to fall there. Nerf also going to go down. This is not looking good for them whatsoever, but they do manage to come out on top there just barely. But now Vibe is here to try and put those capitalization / third-party shots in. Just trying to, you know, kick them when they're down, really, at this point.
And they are quite damaged, as you can see there. Their health not looking too great. So, well done to Gun for taking out the Outsiders. But now, let's see if the team here from Vibe will be able to capitalize on that. And we're also seeing the players from Reluctant and EFX up in that western side of the zone, also getting quite close and comfy. Well, and Inspector is still alive. He has not been taken out. So INV still hanging in. 17 teams still in play. And everyone, of course, now just busy making their way around. As you can see, Reluctant right here with the team from EFX. Some shots now flying up over towards Suli. And, of course, Gun is still right there behind them. So no matter where they go, Gun is still in the fight, regardless of their position. And Quest, as well as Inkosi, also now heading up in towards that same position, where we can see Shelter just off in the distance there. You can see Inkosi now just pulling up to that drop. BBC coming in from that southern side, and the House of Anubis also now heading up in their direction.
Yeah, I mean, this southern portion of the zone is going to look really clustered right now. So many teams moving up into that section that, well, I wouldn't be surprised if we started seeing a lot of fights breaking out right about now, because we've got this, it's actually like a ring. We've got like a ring of teams just sitting around inside the zone at the moment. Like, if they really wanted to, they could just walk in a circle and start taking fights against everyone.
That'd be quite amusing to watch, but we have some shots now still going back and forth there. We just saw that quick Gren in the kill feed. Now House of Anubis pushing up on the players there, of course. As you can see, Sponsor 6 just trying to rotate out. Natural Killers just putting those hits in as they try and rotate up. House of Anubis doing quite a bit of damage. And Panic seems to be the last one left for his team, as he's, of course, now just rotating up in towards that northern position, where we, of course, have the players from Quiet Storm. So it's going to be a fairly tricky run for him there. You know, regardless of where he's going, there are teams in all those places. Yeah. And the shots now flying between the Natural Killers and House of Anubis as well, right here in prison.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bit of a ring of fire, actually, for pretty much everyone. You know, you try and rotate from one place to another, but there's just going to be more teams to fight. So at this point, you know, you just got to choose your battles. It's like, okay, we either fight here or we fight somewhere else, but the chances of us getting somewhere where there isn't a fight is pretty slim. So we just sort of have to commit and just go and do it, you know. So we either stick where we are right now and just take the fights as they come, or we move on into somewhere where we feel a bit more comfortable taking the fights. And, that zone moving up to the north is going to mean that the rotations have to come through once again, and that means a lot more shots.
Yeah, and it's going to be really, really tough. Oh, Mercury just falling off of a height there. And the Dragons, as you can see, of course, now all the way on this western side of the zone. So you're waiting to see where they're going to start rotating up to. The players there from Temper, and of course the Citizens very comfortable in the zone. EFX also positioning themselves in that southern section. Unique sitting up in that northeastern side. Reluctant now rotating up. You can see Blink also just there, right on the edge of that blue zone. Inkosi heading up. And several more teams all the way in that southern region, well, south to southeast. Slowly but surely making their way up. And Quest, of course, being one of those teams, just tapping away. You can see Gun off in the distance as well.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be an interesting one. I mean, that zone is definitely getting a lot smaller now. I mean, we're approaching sort of the final zones. You know, after this, we're going to be heading in towards those last couple of zones. And, well, we still have 57 players on the board. We've got 17 teams that need to move on in at the moment. They're going to start moving their way. And as you can see, the rotations coming through the southern portion looking pretty active at the moment. So those teams are moving up. Could potentially just bump into one another on their journey. But at the moment, the shots now also flying all across. Reluctant, obviously, trying to put those into Inkosi. House of Anubis also taking them against BBC. You can see Natural Killers, they also have BBC in their sights. Explosions are happening across the board as well. Lord now just taking some heavy fire from Vile. And, well, the battles have begun.
Yeah, this map is just now absolutely lighting up. Natural Killers, of course, still trying to put those hits across towards the Citizens. And we've got just up ahead of them. So pretty tough position. You know, if Natural Killers plays this one well, they can actually do quite a bit of damage to several teams in the surrounding areas. You can see everyone is pretty much inside all around, and the players there from Quest now just pulling up, coming right in to the scope there for Vile. Oh, Gun putting some hits into Inkosi as well, as they're now trying to rotate up from that western side rather. And House of Anubis, you can see on that eastern side right there with the players from Quest. We've got BBC rolling up, Natural Killers, Vibe. And of course, then still Temper right here with the players from Unique trying to battle for control of the compound here. Who will be able to get it? Will it be Unique or will it be Temper?
Yeah, well, that is the question. And I mean, it was sort of heartbreaking to see, I think it was Odyssey against Temper earlier on, and Temper almost got taken out, but it was just by the thread they managed to hold on. And this time, we'll see if Unique can manage to do it. In the meantime, Quest getting hit pretty hard as well. BBC just putting those shots on across. You can see a number of teams concentrated towards this southeastern side. Lots of shots just flying back and forth. The teams really have one another in their crosshairs, really in their sights, and trying to put those hits across. And BBC just being relentless in their shots over towards Quest. They're like, nah, you guys aren't going to stay alive for much longer. We can see you. We're going to put the shots in. We don't care. You can hide behind the rock. It's fine. Done and dusted. There goes Zelcro. He gets taken down. And, well, now Wargod and MG just have to keep one another alive for as long as possible. In the meantime, we do have Unique and Temper just going at it. House of Anubis getting involved as well. Another shots flying.
There we go. The shots coming up from Flacco's side. And well, Temper still sitting on a full squad. Unique now taking a quick knock in the process. And the zone moving up. Temper once again in that comfy zone. And they're waiting now for the remainder of the teams to start making their way in. But let's see, will Temper be able to get this hit in? You can see Quiet Storm also on the approach, just off in the distance there. Ooh, so NG also getting a quick hit in. EFX going at it once again. Oh, man. This is tough. Suli putting some shots into Blink. So Blink getting sent into the lobby. 14 teams remaining now. 45 players still left. Everyone just trying to get as far as they can, trying to make it up into that zone. But we see House of Anubis now just rushing up right to the side of Quest here. Up they come, but the shots now flying in from EFX.
Yeah, this is looking really tough. Definitely a difficult one to operate under at the moment. You can see those shots really just flying gun and reluctant going at it at the moment, just trying to knock one another out, trying to keep themselves in this one. Of course, they're moving in from the west, as you can see on the map, down towards the east. We still have the shots between BBC and, of course, the players there from a Vibe. Gun getting hit pretty hard at the moment, losing a couple of their players as Reluctant are relentless in putting those hits in. Of course, you can see on your screen, yeah, we still have the players from Unique and Temper here on your screens, just taking the shots at one another, trying to land them, just seeing if they can get the hits into all of these teams clustering up in towards the zone. 39 players, 12 teams, and they're squeezing on in towards this one, trying to get that real estate going.
Well, it's going to be absolutely insane. We saw a few more hits coming in that kill feed, and a lot of teams up in that northwestern side, and the shots now flying up between the Dark Dragons and the players here from Unique, as everyone is just trying to find their place, trying to find the spot from which they can battle. Tempo, of course, right here next to them, so we get a nice, lovely 3-team triangle. Well, that's usually the case in triangles, but, you know, the teams right here just putting the shots across in all directions. We got Quiet Storm, of course, as you can see, just over towards that eastern side, and Well Temper just putting those hits in. Unique landing a beautiful gren on the Dragons. Dragons caught in a very tough position. They are completely encircled by the team here. Let's see what will happen. Are they going to get it? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that's not a great spot to be in, unfortunately, when you're hiding inside the smoke like that. Sure, they can't see you, but the chances of you being in the smoke is 100%, so they just put the shots on through and it's done and dusted. Also, the Grens coming in now from Vibe, of course, BBC getting knocked a little bit. So we have Unique, we've got Temp, and we've got Quiet Storm just up here towards the northwest. Some potential fights, obviously, going to come in towards that position. Down in the south, we've got House of Anubis and EFX as well. That could potentially take some fights there. Vibe actually getting hit now as well, and here come the shots.
Yeah, no, House of Anubis just opening fire right there on EFX as they're trying to make their way up in towards that zone. It's a pretty good ambush there by House of Anubis, really capitalizing on that position. And, well, we've got quite the party also happening on that northern side. But let's see, will House of Anubis be able to continue their fight here with EFX? Or will EFX manage to move up? You can see a few more hits coming in there. Team there from Quiet Storm now getting hit by Temper as they are pushing up. There we go. Oh, man, this is going to be a super, super tough one. Shot still flying up. Another knock coming in. Quiet Storm. Oh,
that's
what
devastating.
A finish. There we go. Well played, Shady. Just putting in hit after hit. Man, absolutely fantastic. And EFX, of course, now still out in the open here. House of Anubis still off in the distance. They're trying to smoke it up, trying to make their way up into towards that zone. Natural Killer sitting very comfortably in the center part of that zone. And of course, we're seeing the Citizens just over towards that northeastern side. Seems like EFX might be trying to move in.
Yeah, the zone is super, super tiny at the moment. As I said, you know, now things have been really, really squeezed in. We still have 6 teams remaining, 21 players, but the shots from Citizens now coming in. Temper taking a little bit of damage now, trying to return the fire is, of course, going to be them, but we've got so many players surrounding them. We've got Citizens, we've got Natural Killers, we've even got Unique off in the distance, so Temper really under quite a lot of fire at the moment. Could seriously become a problem for them if they don't manage their angles at the moment. Those hits are coming.
There we go. The Natural Killer's taking down Tempo with a quick grain. Beautifully done there. And, well, as you can see, all the teams are now just trying to move up. There is not a lot of space left in the zone. Natural Killer's doing some fantastic work here. Hippo, of course, getting knocked out in the process. But he might very well get raised up. Oh, there we go. Some more shots now flying up. The players there from the Citizens, of course, now just trying to get their foothold in that zone as they're moving up bit by bit. House of Anubis also been doing some great shooting. They're sitting on only one player left now. Self, of course, now just trying to get the hit. To get that hit in on Vile. Man, this is tough.
Yeah, this is super tough. Natural Killers are split up 2-2 on either side, right, sort of in towards the middle. Then we've got Citizens surrounding, we've got House of Anubis, we've got EFX, and also Unique surrounding them. So they're really in the center of quite a potential huge bit of crossfire at the moment. You can see on the screen there. the shots are just flying at the moment. They're just trying to land. There's very minimal cover. I mean, Unique is using a slight hill as their advantage, really. It's like anything that you can find as cover at this point is just going to be usable, and the Grens are flying as well. Those explosions really been working some serious chaos on this map. I mean, even Temper just putting the hits in, getting an explosion on that car behind the tree, doing some work. I mean, the explosions have really done some damage this game, and they're not looking to stop anytime soon.
But Unique really doing a lot of work. As you can see, that kill feed just lighting up with the players. They are sitting on 4 teams, 14 players. We've got the Citizens now trying to move up. They're already quite comfortable in zone. For EFX just trying to provide themselves with some hard cover as the shots from Unique is still flying up straight towards them. The Natural Killers, of course, right there on the drop, just up ahead. So they are also sitting quite comfortably in zone. But we're waiting to see now whether or not they'll be able to capitalize on this position and hold off, the teams as they, of course, then try and move up in towards this position. But yet again, the players there from Citizens with those nades.
Yep. Yeah, the nades have just been flying this game, really, really doing some damage. Natural Killers have been put under some pressure. The Citizens right here and towards the zone, definitely going to be looking to capitalize on anyone moving up. You can see Unique trying to take the chance, popping those smokes, moving up to see if they can get their way on inside the zone, taking quite a bit of damage as they do so. The shots are indeed flying at the moment. Citizens just being relentless in their ability to capitalize on being inside the zone. The Natural Killer is going to be taken out, leaving us with Bait as the team representing EFX there. Unique, of course, and the Citizens here, and the shots now flying towards Bait. Going to be knocking him straight out. 2 teams remaining.
Well, the Citizens playing fantastically, just coming in, putting in head after head after head. Really capitalizing on what they've got in the zone. So let's see now, is a 4v4 going up? Both teams seem to be in pretty good health. Ninja, of course, now trying to recover a little bit of health there in the meantime as well. So this is going to be a really, really tough one. And at the moment, Citizens have the zone in their favor. So if they play this well, they could really, really capitalize on that and then send the team from Unique right back into the lobby. Blue Zone, of course, now moving up, coming in faster than Unique and Crawl. So let's see. They're going to have to get up at, pretty soon to make that quick dash. And that, of course, then puts them at, gives them that slight disadvantage, exposing their position. Well, unless, of course, they drop the smokes.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to have to do here. The seconds are ticking away until that zone becomes a huge problem, and they're just trying to find something before that happens. You can see the shots just ringing out at the moment, trying to find anything they can, and it's going to be Skadu who's going to find one just behind that tree, just the pixels showing, and he just takes the shots. Citizens are down 1 flow, down but not out just yet, but that's not going to be a player on the board for them. It's going to be difficult to hold on to this one. Unique trying to get themselves in the best position.
Unique really coming back with a few hits there, getting 2 hits already into the Citizens. Now Citizens sitting with, just 2 players left. Monga and Shad now left. Unique rushing up, as you can see them now getting quite aggressive with that push. Rush God, of course, now doing exactly as his name implies. Moving in, gets the hit on Shad. Now it is up to Monga. Monga quickly putting him down. Let's see, will they get it? No. Down they go. Wow, what a match.
Yeah, definitely.
Insane. I mean, the players here from Unique coming in with finishing their play rather on 12 kills and their chicken dinner. So well done, well played. What a performance. And man, interesting start to the day, of course. I mean, I can't wait to see what's going to come up next. The team's absolutely going ham in this one.
Yeah. Absolutely, it was definitely a good way to start this one off, and very, very interesting stuff. Lots of explosions, lots of action from beginning to end, and some nice spicy zones. So I'm definitely keen to get into the next one, and of course, with that, we will be sending you over to that analyst desk.
Thank you so very much, Casters. What an incredible game indeed. Aggression right off the bat. First 10 minutes, you've already got 2 teams out, knocked into the lobby.
Yeah.
What a play, mate.
Absolutely. This was well anticipated because, you have 20 teams playing, so it's obvious that we get to see some early game aggression from the teams. But how the final circle panned out for all these teams, it went somewhere just near Mansion, and it was an open area. A lot of teams did perform well, starting off with Godsent Temper, they did have a good number of kills. And natural killers, they are so consistent as well. And while that one guy, he has been taking so much amount of kills, but it was NF Unique that came out on top. And well, the numbers were in the advantage. They knew what they had to do. They got their opponent's pincer down, and that's how they got the chicken dinner.
Absolutely did, and what a play it was coming in from Unique. Indeed, a unique play once again coming in from this team, because this team is so very deserving. And again, when you talk about the semi-final story, right off the bat, we've seen every single day you've got different teams taking that chicken dinner home, and with that, of course, sending Godsent into a frenzy, trying to understand. What do you think, mate? Honestly, what do you think? Because after all, yes, now there are 4 individual maps that are being played. That does matter and hamper, so to say, with the team synergies. But what I'm trying to ask is, when it comes to Godsent, earlier called JXP Tempo, now getting the org behind them, perhaps it's the pressure that's gotten to them.
It's not the pressure, but it's the teams that have started to adapt to their playstyle, started to learn how to counter them. And Godsent Temper kind of thrives under chaos. But if you tend to isolate them up, pick down their players one after the other, so it becomes rather easier to take them down. And in those final circles, you have so many teams from so many different locations. And I think Godsent Temper can certainly work out on how they divide themselves during the fight, and they can have a rather a different approach. If things are not working out, try taking things a bit slow. If you have the manpower, if you have the players that can go aggressive, then right off the get-go, just push on to with squads. You have the best team, best set of players. The different things can work out.
Absolutely can, and that is something that we certainly do expect coming in from Godsent, because as of now, coming into the semi-finals, this is day number 3 of the semi-finals, and final day number 3 of week 6 as well. But alongside that, what I do mean to mention is that Godsent has not yet gotten a chicken dinner when it comes to their play in the semi-finals. Now that is something that was not expected from, as you started off. But once again, we do have your angle map that is just completed. Moving on to the second map, perhaps that would be a different story.
Yeah, that would definitely be a different story, because in Sanhok we can expect a lot of unexpected teams to show up. It just comes down to who has the best position in the final circles, who has a better high ground, who has a better cover, and you need to time your shots well. But talking about Godsent Temper and the other teams as well, so natural killers did come forth, and Godsent was somewhere around 5th or 6th position, but they've got enough kills to back them up, and I'm pretty sure when the overall standings do come up, it will be definitely reflecting on that.
Absolutely. With that, of course, segue into the standings themselves, and we have Team NFX Unique up on top from this match, indeed with 12 kills to this team's name.
Yeah, absolutely. NF Unique, they have been phenomenal over the past couple of days. They were struggling initially during the group stages, but in round 2, in fact, they did come back with some sign of resilience, and now they are performing. That chicken dinner, for them, 12 kills, very well earned. And so is a good game by Citizens Gaming, 6 kills and 2nd position. They were struggling, and now they are back.
Absolutely, and right off the bat, as we move on to the second page of this match, you are looking at Quiet Storm on the 9th and Dark Dragons, Reluctant SA, BBC, 12th, 11th and 10th respectively, taken over by these teams. This is, once again, I would like to point out that this is still early phases in the semi-finals. This is just the first weekend in the semi-finals, and perhaps as these teams progress along, they are still trying to understand, well, what sort of a game should we be playing against the other teams.
But there you see, For You Quest, a team that we are usually acquainted to see in the top half of the table, now are finding themselves on the bottom.
Yes.
That's the unpredictability of PUBG Mobile out there that kind of changes these things around. But like you said, in Sanhok, things can go haywire. It can be absolute pandemonium everywhere. So I'm really excited. I know the rainforest is gonna turn red in some couple of minutes.
Oh yes, indeed. For that, you are going to have to wait just a few more minutes, as was mentioned, because we are going to go on a very short break, coming after which it is Sanhok match number 2.
What's up, guys? Welcome back. All right, we are getting ready to get into the second match of the night. This one, of course, being right here on the Miramar map. So some exciting things about to happen here, as we saw some pretty great action in that previous match. Man, that was really, really tough.
Yeah. Yeah, we had some good stuff rolling. A nice way to start things off today, and we're in the territory, you know, that's a bit more familiar. Of course, heading on into Miramar, we know what's up, but we can sort of get a vibe of what to expect here from these teams. We know what's sort of going on, and actually, the last time we saw Miramar, we saw some really nice activity from the players, some really good aggression coming out, some consistent fighting. It was really, really nice to see. So that's what I'm hoping that we see up here once again, because that's really what you like to see in a map like Miramar. You know, you don't like to see slow, no fights, passive. Like, you really like to see it when teams really get the, turn up the ante, put the foot down, get some shots going. So I'm really, really excited to see what happens here towards this match.
Yeah, well, there you can see all the players just running around, getting ready, getting amped for the match that is about to kick off. And I'm quite curious to see where these teams are going to go to. And hopefully we're going to see, a lot of that early game action as well. We've been seeing quite a bit of that, moving through the semi-final. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see a lot more of that coming. And, well, I'm pretty sure these teams are quite hungry and, trying to get themselves up that leaderboard as far as they can.
Yeah, and I mean, I really like this shot actually, because it sort of gives you an idea of the scale of the amount of teams that are going to be on here. We've been saying it again and again, but I mean, 20 teams is a good amount. We've got a lot of players coming in. There's 80 players coming up in here, and even on a map like Miramar, at least that opens up the door to a lot of fighting. And I'm really hoping that we see some teams dropping in to some similar spots, just getting nice and close, saying that, all right, we're going to drop just next to you so that we can loot up and then immediately take the fight. Like, that's what I want to see.
Well, we have the flight path, of course, now, as you can see on the map. They're taking us all the way from Tierra Bronca up in that northern side and heading all the way to that southern shoreline just east of, well, Spawn Island there. So, yeah, definitely going to interesting flight path and some interesting spots there for the teams, in which they can drop down into. Of course, excluding quite a bit of that western side of the map there, but I'm pretty sure we're going to see the teams figuring out some interesting ways of getting around this map, and well, moving into some good positions.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely going to be dropping into some more common spots. Cruz, we've got Los Leones also right above that flight path, so easy going to be dropping down into there. San Martino or just off of the distance, so we'll be able to make it that far at least. Going as far as El Paso, we've seen it before. Some teams do like to start rotating up early, do like to move out and start occupying the rest of the map. And I mean, based on how slow that first blue zone is, it's definitely a viable strategy. And it's actually one that I quite like. When the flight path is very one-sided, I like to see teams take the advantage of moving up all the way to the other side and taking advantage of the less populated areas, just because it makes for an easier setup. You don't really get contested. And then also, when you have that sort of tactic in mind, it does mean that you can move in and start getting active. So once you're set up, you can feel confident and be like, all right, I've got the equipment, everything's good, let's start moving. And that's when they start to get active and start doing stuff. So it's really nice to see. But that zone is going to be landing down towards the southwest over there. So lots of teams will be needing to make their way on down eventually, of course. But a couple of teams already going to be sitting comfortably inside the zone. House of Anubis Gun, Natural Killers, looks like Quest, and even Temper going to be just there within the zone's boundaries. So yeah, we've got a very interesting perspective zone, or set of zones here at least.
And we've got the players there from Mikasi and, of course, Blink very, very close to each other there in Cruz del Val. And we're seeing BBC also not too far away. Also, the Dragons in the area there. So some great potential there, as you can see Gussie now just there on the bottom right side of the screen. And a few teams, of course, also quite close. You can see, well, as you mentioned, the team there from Gun. And, of course, we've got House of Anubis also right there with them. We've got Vibe, Odyssey, and Oxy, as well as iEnvy dropping down into that Los Leones position. So it is definitely going to be a really, really interesting one, seeing where these teams are going to go and what they're going to do. And it's great to see so many of them so close together. Of course, means that we're going to see quite a lot of that early game action coming through.
Yeah, That is definitely what we're waiting for. And at the moment, you can see there's a couple of teams concentrated around that north position, just around Blink and Inkosi, sitting relatively close to one another. The Dragons off in the distance. We've got a couple of potential fights down there towards the southeast as well. We've got Vibrant, what looks like Odyssey, Oxium, and iEnvy as well, just off in that sort of area. So some potential fights could be happening. We've also got just towards the north of that zone, we've got Temper with Quiet Storm, it looks like, and the Outsiders as well, just off to the north there. So we've got a good potential number of fights that could break out within the next couple of minutes. So I'm definitely looking forward to those getting started.
Yeah, well, we will see what will happen. And Inkosi, of course, now keeping a watchful eye there on the players from Blink, just up ahead of them. And the Dragons, slowly but surely, seems to be making their way up in towards Cruz del Val as well. You can see Mr. Shek there, just busy mobilizing himself, heading off in the direction of Dan President, of course, quite close to them. So just waiting for the shots now to start and these fights to get underway, so we can see who will be going in which direction as well. A few teams are making their way even further towards that western side. As you can see, the Natural Killers, of course, dropping all the way down over there in Val del Mar. So, well, Inkosi about to push in on Blink. Let's see how this will unfold.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. We'll see if the shots will start to come through, if the fights will start to come out. Of course, that is what we've been waiting for, what we're looking for to see if it will happen. As you can see on the map there, the teams just still setting themselves up, still just making their way around, getting themselves into some comfortable positions that they are feeling, and hopefully starting to take the fights. It looks like Outsiders and BBC will be going at it, actually, which is a nice start to what we've got going.
Yeah, Andrew doing quite a bit of damage there to the BBC team. And, well, you can see on the map there, just towards that, well, southwestern position from the players. We got Blink and Inkosi. You can see BBC slowly but surely now moving up towards Mr. Shek there, just off in the distance. In the meantime, we've got the players here from Temper making their way around over in San Martin. Quiet Storm also with them as well. And, of course, on the screen now, we've got the players there from Oxy, as well as the team from Odyssey over in Los Leones. So, yet again, waiting for the fights in that area to break out. We can see where these teams are going to go, who's going to get those shots, and, of course, the rotations they're going to put in place.
Yeah, and it's not uncommon that the fights don't really happen almost immediately. That's just because of the sheer size of the map, so that's definitely something that is expected. But what I'm hoping to see is that the setups that we've got going, because we've got a lot of teams in very similar compounds or, you know, in that same area hovering around. I'm really hoping that the fights start to happen, that the teams start to push in early, because it's really nice to see teams just getting knocked out early, because that really does reduce the amount of chaos that we see going in towards the final zones. And I mean, as fun as chaos might be, or as crazy as it can seem, you know, what I really like to see is sort of the ability for tactical maneuvers, the strategy to come out. You know, that's always nice to watch. So, and that requires maneuverability, that requires a little bit of room. So let's see if Inkosi can take the fight here against Blink.
Well, it looks like they're putting up a little bit of a fight there. As you can see them now closing up on President Sunny and Frieza closing in. We got Juicy and President now just trying to provide a little bit of defense there against the players as they now, of course, start to rotate up while their teammate is getting raised up. In the meantime, the shots now flying up in towards Sunny. There we go. Juicy getting that knock in on Frieza.
Oh, yeah. This is difficult.
They are thirsty. They are thirsty. The shots flying up. Inkosi a little bit split up at the moment, going into that 2-2 split. And we see Unique also now just pulling up just over towards that southeastern side. Let's see, will they close in, come in with a bit of a third party? Or, well, will it just be the players here from Blink? Oh, what a shot that was from Sunny, coming right into Superior, right as he's trying to push up into the compound there. You got a Hunter now coming up from behind as well. So let's see, will Sunny be able to hold them off? While the remainder of the team, of course, now starts moving in. Blue Zone also closing up bit by bit. Oh, there we go. Some more heads coming in. Jasmine and Hunter now trying to get to their teammate.
Oh.
Oh. What a play by Sunny, though. Another one up. Oh, man, that was close. Juicy about to get... Yep, there we go. Blue Zone comes in with the knockdown, goes Superior. Oh, this is looking super, super tough for the players here from Blink. Shroud now. The last hopeful left. Let's see, will Inkosi be able to take them down? Jasmine getting a quick thirst there. Juicy up they come, rushing in. Jasmine goes down. One more left to go. Oh, wow. Blink gets the clutch.
Yeah.
What a play.
That was that was a tough position to be in, no matter which way you swing it. I mean, the shots were coming in, the damage was there, and that blue zone is just a constant threat, just looming over the head. That's a difficult spot to play under, and it looks like Blink just managed to hold on to that one. BBC really weren't able to push up or get anything done there. Got some more fights breaking out now, though. It's Bob pushing up towards the players there from EFX. He could potentially do some more damage here if he gets that angle going.
And we still Quiet Storm also now just in the kill feed there. So we got Quiet Storm, the players here from Unique. We've got the Outsiders and of course EFX, all of them right here in this northeastern side of the map. And we also see the players in El Pozo there being the Citizens and the players there from BBC. But the nades are now flying up from the Outsider side, going all over the place. Let's see, will they be able to get that hit in on EFX, or will EFX manage to escape and rotate up in towards zone, because they are of course now battling it out in this blue zone. Not the most ideal position for them to be in. Oh, there we go, they're making their dash for zone.
Yeah, and as you can see on your screen as well, quite a number of teams in towards the central and the southern position of the previous zone, and as the zone moves up towards that western side, is going to push all of those players on down. So lots of players in the north going to have to move their way on down, lots of players in the south are going to have to move their way on up. And yeah, I mean, as the zone gets smaller, you know, the places start to get more and more occupied. You can see Unique doing a bit of barrel rolls down the side of the hill. That's going to cost him as well. He's just going to get taken down there. The barrel rolls not paying off there. The maneuverability 0. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was definitely a tough one. But what a great opportunity, Reverb, just claiming that hit, not wasting any time, just putting in those shots. So well done. Well played there, and well, all the teams, of course, now just making their push up into wood zone. As you can see, everyone just trying to head up, get in before that blue zone, of course, then rotates up once again. Quiet Storm, as you can see here, heading up as well. You still have the team from EFX right behind them, and of course, the Outsiders also not too far away. But we are seeing the team from Temper looking at the map just off in distance, but the shots are now flying up towards Quiet Storm. Oh, Rage! Landing the hit, some long range shooting coming in, but man, doing quite a bit of damage there. Oh, getting that knock in on Rusty right there. Off he goes. I mean, absolutely fantastic shooting.
Yeah, and now he wants a little bit of vengeance here. He's just trying to put the hits right on back in to just avenge his fallen teammates. The explosions, as you can hear in DK's voice, making him very thrilled. We'll see if we can get a couple more. Lone obviously looking to make some happen on it towards his opponents as EFX now start to make their way on up. That blue zone is just tickling them, making sure they are staying on their toes, but Lone obviously being the lone player, there he has to be a little bit careful here against all these players from EFX. They could just easily surround him if he doesn't pay too much attention. He is putting the shots across, though. See if he can stay alive.
Yeah, well, he's not giving up just yet. Just hiding behind this vehicle, using all the hard cover that he's got. The Dragon's now rolling up as well. So let's see, will he be able to get the clutch out against the players here from Quiet Storm? We've got his teammate Max, of course, also just elsewhere on the map. Probably, yeah, no, yeah. So, yeah, they've already rolled up in towards that zone, but the shots are still coming up. Let's see, will Lone God be able to clutch it? I really, really hope for Lone God's part that he can get it done. That would be absolutely amazing. As you can see, EFX now just rolling up as well, trying it to, get enough health in to make it through the zone. Oh, as we've seen also, this blue zone is not the kindest thing under the game here. But let's see, Rage now moving up. There we go. Oh, man. Down goes Mr. Rogue, or Mr. Lone, sorry. All alone. The rest of his team managing to roll up into wood zone. So now we only got Max and Hexor left. And, of course, the Citizens. As you can see here, just in this northern section of the zone, some few more hits coming in as the players there from Blink and Unique now start battling it out.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes at the moment. That zone is making its way on in, so the next one is going to be dropping in no time. You can see there, just moving in. The team's very concentrated in a line right down the center, actually. It's going to be very interesting to see where this new zone rotates up into, because that's going to force all these players up. We'll see where it lands momentarily. All the players now making their way on down. A couple of players still stuck inside that blue zone is going to mean they are taking a little bit more damage as the time moves on. But the zone now moving up towards the northeast, going to push a lot of the teams up. We still have 19 teams and 67 players left on the board at the moment.
I mean, just look at that southern section of the zone. We've got the players there from Vibrant, Odyssey, Oxy, and of course House of Anubis, all just situated there, all pretty lined up, and of course slowly but surely making their way up in towards that zone in a single file fashion. And of course on that eastern side, we've got the players there from Spaza Gaming and INV also trying to make it in, as well as still the team there from Unique and of course Blink all the way out in the blue, trying to make it up in towards that zone. Several teams, of course, now just trying to make it in. And this is that line that we were talking about just now. The players, of course, moving in bit by bit, reluctant right there next to them as well. Natural Killers also not too far away. So there is some crazy, crazy potential just in the zone. So many teams, as you can see, Quest, of course, already starting that engagement, putting their heads across as House of Anubis is now just moving in towards that central section.
Yeah. Yeah, the real fight's going to be starting to happen now over all the different compounds as the teams try and make their way on up. Boyka just squeezing his car over the cliff. Shots coming in from Panic to try and take out some of the House of Anubis players as they rotate on up. But man, this is going to be an interesting one. The teams are just concentrated all towards that southern portion of the zone. It's really, really good. I mean, you can see it right here, Staples, and just trying to get the hits in towards House of Anubis. Natural Killers now pulling the trigger towards gun as well. So everyone's just got everyone else in their crosshairs at this point, just trying to put those hits across as the zone gets smaller. The shots flying up.
Yeah, we got BBC also pulling up on the players there from Temper. As you can see, the shots just in the kill feed now coming in. There we go, Nos and company now returning the fire towards BBC. In fact, there are so many teams just battling it out. It is absolutely insane. You can see BBC just quickly trying to get that res in on Nihal. But, well, the players there from Temper just up ahead. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen. Are they going to be able to get that clutch? Will Temper push up and get those hits in? I mean, it's going to be a really, really tough one. It seems like it's a 4v3. And the nades are now just flying in. Oh, Nihal and Fear just getting hit as they're trying to escape. You can see Falak, of course, just off in the distance there. So he might come in with a bit of a third party. But Shady and Flacco are being absolutely relentless. They are out for blood. They are trying to find them. And Shady lands the grain on Fear. Now it is up to Nihal and Falak.
Yeah, they're putting that pressure on.
Yet another one. Wow.
Yeah, that's nice to see. Good to see some nice groundwork coming out here. We'll see if Temper can continue to press this attack. You can see Shady going in for those thirsts. He's going to make sure that they come straight on in. Temper not looking to play around at this point. And now for Luck, he's in a little bit of a situation. They might just know his position, and he has to get out there as soon as possible. Shady now just hitting the deck to try and make sure that he can put the hits in as for Luck tries to leave, tries to rotate on out. Some shots do connect, but he should make it to cover, so he does manage to get on up there. But that blue zone is going to start making its way in sometime pretty soon. It's going to make things for him quite difficult here. Lots of teams still need to make their way on up. You can see tons of teams down there towards the southeast. Going to make things difficult now.
We're waiting to see what's going to happen now with Odyssey. The players from Spaza 6 and INV, as you can see, just there on that southeastern side of the zone, getting very, very close. Oh, I mean, this is going to be a very tough position, though, if Spaza does not play this one well, because they're currently sitting in a bit of a sandwich. You know, we've got Odyssey on the one side, Unique now also joining up in that section as well, and INV closing in. So, man, they're going to have to fight for this position. There are so many players in the in the surrounding area, in fact.
Yeah, it's been a long while since we had a good sandwich here, so we'll see how it plays out. You've got Boyka now moving in as well. Could potentially just put some damage in towards Spaza, and of course, lots of teams moving up from the other side as well. Of course, Odyssey just there in the distance could come in from the other side, put those hits in. In the meantime, the play zone doing what it does, making sure that it keeps all those players honest, doing the damage, being relentless. But now the assault comes through. We'll see if INV can make it happen.
Here we go. Oh, Deity going down. So Boyka doing quite a bit of shooting, though. Oh, another one steps up. Boyka goes down. So it is now just Staples just battling it out for control here, trying to get his team as far as he can. Will he be able to pull it off? INV going all over the place and lands the hit. Wow. So just like that, Spaza Gaming gets sent back into the lobby, but Odyssey now moving in, putting the shots into the wounded there, not letting them escape. As you can see also the natural killers right here next to the team from Oxy. So nice little bit of an exchange here. We got the smokes, of course, now all over the place. Gun just off in the distance. As you can see, the team here from Odyssey just closing in on INV. They, of course, sitting on just the 3 now. Oh, Supreme was knocked out not too long ago. So maybe they might still get it. Ooh, that vehicle blowing up right in his face.
Yeah, that's
Ooh.
going to do a little bit of damage if that happens. We'll see, though. Odyssey did try and launch the attack on a weakened INV team, but they seem to be taking the short end of the stick at the moment. Really looking a little bit worse for wear at the moment. Odyssey, of course, trying to just heal back up, trying to get themselves back in the fight, trying to take against INV. We'll see if they can succeed here, of course. INV looking to finish this one out. They push right on up. The shots flying in. The Molly's going to catch out Inspector, but Sidon going to be going down as well. And Vindog now off in the distance trying to return the shots, but he's low on HP. INV coming out pretty well off on that one, and now Vindog looking very, very alone up against quite a difficult foe here, and Juicy as well going to be putting the shots in towards Oxy, and we'll see if they can hold on at the moment against the Natural Killers.
Ooh. And Natural Killers playing it absolutely fantastically. Shots still just flying up in towards Oxy. Players going down one by one. Natural Killers are still looking good on the numbers side, moving in. Oh, hits coming in. It's up to Krobis now. Will they get it? Oh, down they go. Natural Killers sending Oxy into that lobby. Well freaking done.
Yeah, and bit by bit we're seeing those numbers decrease at the moment. Vindog not able to hold on, just getting hit from too many angles, not able to stay alive for very much longer. We have 40 players left, 13 teams now on the board here as the zone does make its way in once again towards that eastern side. It's about, what, 400 meters across, and we have to squeeze 13 teams on in here. That's going to be a whole lot more fights waiting to happen for sure.
Yeah, and you can see the players here from Temper now rolling up in towards that zone, moving in bit by bit, and the outsiders taking a bit of damage up north. There were the players, of course, from EFX putting those heads right into them. And the see the players here from Quest now right there next to the team from Temper. Oh, EFX and outsiders battling it out in that northern section. Natural Killers also getting hit in the process, so let's see who will be able to get it done. 13 teams remaining. Citizens now getting hit as they are trying to roll up in towards zone. So Temper really capitalizing on their position. You're taking hits in all directions, or rather putting hits out to the teams in all directions. Shots now flying right back up towards them. Let's see, will they be able to get it? EFX now getting taken out by that blue zone. Outsiders managing to escape that. Oh man, really, really tough. And Gun now also closing in on Temper, as you can see, coming in from that western side.
Yeah, we'll see if that pressure does make any difference at this point. Of course, Quest trying to put the pressure on towards the one side of Temper is going to mean that their attention is split. But I mean, you know, Temper showed a pretty decent performance, and I mean, I wouldn't put it too far past them to be able to deal with the threat from both sides. Although it might be a little bit difficult, they could potentially do it. So the teams really have to play their cards right at the moment. You can see Gun trying to move on up, Quest trying to support as well. Can Temper hold on in this situation is the question.
It's going to be really, really tough. Broly just sneaking up the side there. So close. The nades flying up once again. And Vibe now putting those hits in towards Reluctant. Shots really going off all over the place. Oh, House of Anubis now also getting involved in the fight. You can see Blitz and Maestro going down. Who will come out in this one? I mean, this is really, really going to be so tough. Shots still going off in every direction. This is what we've been waiting for. 11 teams, 26 players in a very, very tiny zone, even for Miramar. And I mean, it is absolutely insane. You can see Gun just off in the distance, right over towards that western side, trying to make their way up in towards zone. Temper, of course, I'm just trying to keep them at bay, keep them in that blue zone so they can be sent into the lobby. Oh, down goes Broly. It is now up to Pyro and Slim. They're going to try and make their dash up in towards the zone. Will Slim make it? We got... Oh, come on, Pyro. Oh, I'm running out of words, but are they going to get it? No!
It's too much.
Temper,
I think...
Temper gets the head. Well done.
Yeah, such a hard place to be in. I mean, with the zone right at your back and Temper right on your front, it is just such a hard spot to be in. And ultimately, they will fall to the pressure. Temper do stay alive, but we're left with our 8 remaining teams, 19 remaining players. The zone now only 200 meters across. The teams will have to start moving in. Of course, INV going to be putting some hits in there. Off towards Vibrant, going to be taking some damage. Blink up towards the north. Unique right there in the zone. Quest off towards the west. We've got Citizens as well as the Natural Killers as Juicy down off towards the east. So Temper just going to have to move their way on in, try and claim some spots in towards that zone. The shots going to be flying pretty much the entire time at this point.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. There's so many teams still left. 8 teams, 18 players. Oh, this is just going to be absolutely insane. So Unique was sitting up in that northeastern side there. We got one of the players from Blink now trying to make their way up into towards zone as well. And the remainder of the teams all coming in from the west. We got Quest and Temper just battling it out right here on the edge of zone. Let's see, up comes that hit from Shroud now, just flying up towards the players there from Unique off in the distance. INV and Vibe going at it in the kill feed as well. Who will get it? Nova. Oh, takes down the natural killers. The Citizens also just there on the outskirts of zone. Will they be able to get it into that zone? 5 teams, 13 players. INV on the approach, making their way in. And Temper and Quest just battling it out right here on this edge.
Yeah, Quest got this compound here, looking to leverage that position out, maybe put some damage in towards Temper, who are just down the side of the little rise here of this mountain, and could be a little bad position for them. Unique is on the backside, as well as, of course, Flow from the Citizens there. Could maybe get some shots in, but that's why the smokes are getting popped and the shots are flying in at the moment. Flow trying to get those third parties in, trying to just throw chaos into the mix, but INV going to be shutting it down. Unique going to be doing the same. Everyone just putting the hits in. Teams are falling piece by piece as Tampa now have to pretty much make the decision. They have no other options. Godsent is going to be making it happen. Mayo moves up. He gets taken down, though. Now it's up to Shady with very little HP left.
Oh, come on. Oh, no. Down they go. Shady just... Oh, man, that was tough. 3 teams in play now. Wow. We've got Unique. We've got the players from Quest. And we've got INV. And none of them currently in zone. As that zone shifts up, now it is going to be pretty much the moment of truth. Seeing which of these teams will come out victorious. Who will claim that chicken dinner? Yeah, no, this is absolutely insane. It's just so intense. I mean...
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, Flo pretty much single-handedly made the dream impossible for Temper there, just taking them so much damage from behind, forcing them to push up right up into the team that was sitting at the top there from Quest. They had such a good spot, it was basically inevitable that Temper would fall. Now we're left with our last 3 teams. We've got a Unique, INV, and of course the players from Quest. That zone is sitting right in the middle, so they're all going to have to push up. But INV has their crosshairs towards Unique, and the Grens are flying up as well. This could make things difficult if they get caught out by it. Maniac trying to put the hits in, but that blue zone is going to make things difficult. Can these players do this under pressure? The shots coming in, so are the Grens.
I mean, now it's going to be the moment of truth. That blue zone, of course, just shifting up once again, slowly but surely closing in. And the team's now just playing for this final finish. We've got Maniac making his dash. We got Hainsley and sorry for the players there from Unique. The shots coming up. Maniac still alive. Very low on health. Will he be able to make it past the quick first aid kit? Oh, there we go. Unique rolling up. Are they going to get it? Just waiting there in anticipation for them to go over. Oh, down they go. Now it is just 2 teams remaining. It is Unique up against the players there from, well, Quest. And it's a little bit of a battle. Both teams situated in that zone. Got a bit of a valley in between the 2 of them. Smokes, of course, now flying up in all directions. Who will be the first team to go down between these 2? One little mistake could kind of cost them the game at this point. So let's see who will come out victorious. It's going to be so close.
Yeah, they're just using these tiny little hillocks here for cover, trying to toss those grenades in, trying to get the explosions going, trying to make any sort of thing happen for them, looking for the mistakes, looking for where they can put the hits in, but that zone isn't going to last forever, and it's already tiny enough as it is. Somebody needs to land the shots. Only one team can take away that chicken dinner, but is it going to be Quest or is it going to be Unique right here on the Miramar map, the final PUBG map for this evening? We'll see if it can happen. Here's your dual view to get a full action spectacle.
Yeah, there's 3v3 Somalis now flying up as well. There we go. Let's see. Will they be able to reach all the way across? that zone moving up in favor of Unique. So Unique can really capitalize on this now, unless of course Quest can pull a rabbit out of a hat somewhere. It is going to be a really, really tough one. You see the smokes now coming out, smoking up, trying to get that cover in place so they can get their push into that zone. But of course now Unique is not giving up just yet. Oh, loads of cranes flying up. You can see MG just being able to utilize that tree well enough to get out of harm's way. So who will get it?
Oh, it's so difficult to tell at this point. The health bars are low. The zones are getting tight. Oh, man.
Here they go. All right, so MG making his first little push there, just trying to creep up in towards zone. Putting those heads across, trying to keep the players from Unique at bay just long enough so they can get in. No, MG goes down. Now it is riding on Dash. Will Dash be able to clutch it? No, there we go. Sorry, lands the finishing hit. Well done, well played. And they finish off with 14 kills and a chicken dinner. Amazingly done by Unique. Well done, well played. And of course, Quest coming in with 4 kills in second place. What a match that was, though. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, another really, really nice Miramar map coming up. Very, very good to see. And I mean, it really looks like these teams have stepped it up coming in towards the semifinals. Really, really great performances coming out from everyone. Just a really, really solid map altogether and a really great way to end off this weekend. I guess with that, we're going to send you over back to the desk.
Thank you so very much, DK and Patchy. Indeed, what an incredible game that certainly was on Miramar. I mean, who would have expected? Who certainly would have expected that Godsent, looking so good, was not able to dominate. On the other side, BBC at one point in time, so was Gun, but eventually it is Unique's play that is bringing them all the way to the top.
Yeah, that's true. They got 14 kills. That's a good amount of kill and a decent amount of kill, we can say. But you just mentioned Godsent. They are looking very promising. I think so that they are going to get the chicken dinner, but the late rotation just didn't work out for them because they got off guarded and get finished on the 5th place. But 5th is not that bad.
It's not bad,
because I envy. I think so. They are also looking very strong, but they got sandwiches between these two teams, which is NFX Unique and for UKS. The thing is that maybe they can use some utilities like smoke so that they can make some extra cover, and the players didn't get caught off guarded by the opponents. That's a mistake they did. Maybe they don't have the utilities. We didn't know what is going on, but we just saw a very, very amazing game coming from NFC Unique's side. And what do you think that maybe they are playing a very, very decent amount of gameplay and aggressive as well?
Yes, that is very true. And there is no question about it, because after all, when you talk about Team NFX Unique, it is one of those teams that, looking in from round 1 to round 2, reminiscent of that time in round 2 where Team NFX Unique was almost at the bottom of the leaderboard, was not looking good as far as their performances were concerned. I mean, forget round 1, round 2, because that's ancient history. You're into semi-finals now, you've got 20 teams. Alright, let's talk about the 20 teams themselves. In match 1, at the end of match 1, we saw For You Quest on the final page. But this time around, they're on second. So, I mean, again, as soon as maps keep on changing in semi-finals, you know that you're in for a show from all the teams. And as soon as you start expecting and anticipating that, yep, it's probably going to be a Godsent play, it's going to be a BBC play, it's going to be a team-wide play, national kill play. Well, no. That is not what is happening, because after all, Umzansi Esports League has just gotten that much more interesting in the semi-finals. And when it comes to PUBG Mobile, I certainly do hope that you guys are enjoying the aggression coming in from all of these teams. And with that, of course, the storyline is going to be a little different, I believe, when it comes to the leaderboard, because after all, as of now, before match number 1, before today had begun, we were looking at natural killers on that top tier position. But now, what is going to happen? How far low are they going to go? Is going to be another question and conversation to have.
Yeah, I'm really excited at what are the position the other teams are going to have. I'm really looking at the position of first, second and third, because everyone wants to get that position. But you just mentioned that NF Unique's just struggling in the first and the second round. Maybe they are hiding their cards. They're having a king, queen and joker. They don't want to show their cards, and at at the semi-final, they're just showcasing the aggression and the domination coming from their side.
Absolutely, indeed, they are. And with that, of course, that team is looking really promising. And so are all the other teams. I mean, when you talk about, again, well, never mind, because the conversation has just been hit. We have the standings ready. Let's quickly roll with the standings and quickly find out for ourselves what are we looking at. Well, we're looking at the match standings as of now and not the final leaderboard, where indeed Team NFX Unique with 14 kills, 34 points from this match, looking really strong. On the other side, second position is taken over by INV Gaming, and third by
Oh.
4U Quest.
Yeah, that's true, but I'm little disappointed by the team for you guys. Maybe they can capitalize on more kills. They still have only focus. Oh my god, Citizens Gaming, what are you guys doing, bro? You didn't have a single kill. Oh my god, you're just relying on placement point, I think. So they just have to focus on their kill department. And Reluctant SA, I don't think, maybe they are going to improve their gameplay. They have to improve their gameplay, because I personally see that they are one of the most aggressive team, but oh, BBC at the 20th position. I'm a little bit disappointed by this team, because we know that they are one of the most aggressive team. They're just they're the same as we can see the team Natural Killers as well as Godsent. Oh my god. Okay. You just mentioned that where are the Natural Killers are going to be, and they are at the second position having 96 points, but Team NF Unique just making a huge amount of difference in the total number of points. They have 116 points, and this is a good amount of points, we can say.
Most certainly. I mean, that chicken dinner certainly taking them a step further, exact 20 points further away from Natural Killers, looking really strong with 46 kills. Moving on to the gun position again. When you talk about gun, when you talk about round 1 and round 2, where were they at? But now, perfectly put by you, Phoenix, that maybe perhaps what's going on here is that there are Joker strategies set up by all of these teams that are now finally being applied on all the individual maps that they have the luxury of being able to play.
Yeah, that's true, and BBC didn't work, they didn't perform in this match, but still they are on the 10th position. I think so they are going to improve. But I'm just looking forward to the last page of the leaderboard. Inkosi Esports, I really have a high hope from you guys. We can see they have a decent amount of kills. They have 13 kills, but placement points are only 10. Maybe they just have to focus on both of the things, because we also know that this team can perform very well, and they are one of the most aggressive teams, just like Reluctant SA, or maybe we can just compare with the team NFX Unique, because they didn't doing that better in the previous round, but right now they're showcasing the perfect aggression coming from their side. But I also have to mention the team Godsent.
Right.
They also have to improve. Maybe they're just thinking that, okay, I'm just going to get some kills. Bro, you also need that chicken dinner, because it is so important. That's why NFX Uniques are on the top.
Well, for now they certainly are, but again, this is just third day of the semi-finals in PUBG Mobile coming to an end. After all, they still have 2 more weekends to go through and push on forth. And after all, when you look at that final page of the leaderboard, master leaderboard, you have teams like Outsider Official there. Outsider Official is one of those teams in round 2 who were able to get themselves a chicken dinner, and again, a wonderful aggressive play is what we saw from them. So indeed, right now, it is very, very early to start speculating as to what team is going to be at the top, what teams are going to be at the bottom, what teams are going to get relegated as we move on from semi-finals into the finals. But yes, with that, we do reach the end of our PUBG Mobile segment for now. Alongside this, there is a short little update that we do have to let you know when it comes to the upcoming segment. That is supposed to be Tekken 7. Indeed, what has happened is one of the players in Tekken 7, T-Hawk, has backed out of Umzansi Esports League, and we are sad to see him just take a backseat, but nevertheless we certainly hope that he is able to come back stronger in season number 2. But yes, with that, what we'll be showcasing after a short little ad are a few highlights from the previous few days of Tekken 7. Hello and welcome once again to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming, joining us live on Jinx TV. This is week number 6, day 3, which is the final day of this weekend, where indeed right now we're going to step into some Counter-Strike action with some incredible teams and some aggressive plays. I'm your host Blora. Joining me on the endless list to have a little bit more chit-chat, it is none other than the incredibly talented Super Johnny.
Thank you for the warm welcome, and today also we are going to have an interesting day as we are going to see one of the teams that we did see start this week off. That is going to be DNMK, and they're going to be going up against Energy Esports, who so far have had an incredible run in the Umzansi Esports League. As you can see on the standings, 4 matches played, 3 wins, just 1 draw. Not even a loss, it's just a draw, so they did get 1 point for that. And today is going to be their 5th game. And talking about DNMK, they have had a lot of opportunities. They've not had a lot of opportunities, that's what I meant to say. And just played 2 games so far. Both of them were losses for them, the most recent one coming from the team Online Kingdom. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how this one works out, because Energy Esports are looking like a pretty strong team on paper.
They certainly are looking really strong. And again, today as we move in with this match, one deciding factor is going to be the map veto itself. And once again,
yeah, we should always expect nuke. I mean, so far we've realized, like, I've come to see, like, what we experienced with Inferno in the Indian Counter-Strike scene is something that nuke is for the African scene. And the map has played a lot. I mean, in the Umzansi Esports League, in the weeks that we have had, we have seen a lot of nuke.
That is so true indeed. And today, as these teams once again get prepped on nuke, let's just keep our fingers crossed. Maybe it's going to be a DNMK day, but again, the way Energy's momentum's been rolling in their favor, it is looking really good. And with that, let's quickly throw it to our casters to get this game started. It is once again none other than Pachi and Esproxy.
Thank you so much, guys. Patchy, once again, we are seeing the boom map. It is nuke. So how do you feel? Just tell me, how do you feel?
I don't think you know how. I don't think you want to know how I feel at this point, actually, about nuke, because this is really, this is a bit of an anomaly to me. I don't want to see this map so often. Sure, maybe it's an okay one to pick, but man, just find something else. Like, all the teams seem to just want to get their finger in the pie of this one, and we're going to be starting it out nice and quick here, of course, with Energy busting straight on in towards that A-bomb site, getting some kits in, and of course getting that bomb planted, which is going to be pretty big. But I mean, at this point, I'm sort of flabbergasted that we're seeing nuke so often. I don't want to see this too much, It's like there are a lot more maps that I think could come out a lot more competitive for some of these teams.
Ooh. I think you might be right, but look at this. Dwee's already taken down 2. He only has to find Mango Destroyed to get this round back for DNMK, but Destroyed, as I mentioned, him ready and waiting to take the round away. So now Energy, here we go, starting it off with the first round, looking good. Oh, I'm liking this angle. Never really seen this alleyway here. Different way to get into T-spawn. I like it. So our observers are showing off some style tonight. So Energy now starting it off, getting that first round, gonna be able to buy up, gonna get those Galils, those SMGs ready to take it away from DNMK, who have been relegated to the Deagles. So once again, we always love to see it, that deco swing, but how often can that happen? How often can we see nuke? How often can we see a deco swing? DNMK and Energy Esports up now for the debate here. I mean, let's just talk a little bit about what's at stake. For DNMK, this is only their 3rd map in the Umzansi Esports League. They haven't yet gotten a win. Unfortunately, their first opponent was Goliath, who definitely were absolutely on form. And then going against Online Kingdom, they looked a little bit shaky there, but we'll see if they can change it around. For Energy Esports, I mean, we've seen some amazing results with them. My goodness gracious, they have been giving us such a beautiful form of Counter-Strike. The only map that they've really so far sort of dropped the ball, if you could say it that way, was the draw against Online Kingdom. But it was an intense game to watch, and now to witness these players going head to head, it's going to be interesting to see. I definitely think DNMK are that team that you cannot dispass them, because they are insane. The players on that team can definitely bring you some incredible CS. So we're gonna have to wait and see if DNMK can do exactly that. Unfortunately, coming back here with the back foot, with the pistols, going into the second round. Let's see what Energy have in store for them.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm looking to see if maybe DNMK can sort of redeem themselves a little bit. You know, they went up against Online Kingdom the other day, and I don't know if that was DNMK themselves or just Online Kingdom really stepping up, but the outcome of that match not as desirable as DNMK would have wanted. So maybe this is their chance at redemption. Let's see if they can make it happen. Of course, Deagle's in hand. Let's see if the redemption starts here or if they're going to have to wait for that buy around to make it happen. The shot's now coming out. Devo actually going to get one. Will go down immediately though, and the MP7 will be doing the spraying that it needs to do to take down a Nexus. Now we have 3 players left for DNMK. Dweezil on 2 HP. Not going to be looking that good in terms of that bomb down as well, so the retake going to be very, very difficult. I mean, this HP is not what you want. Mango going to take down Heartbreak. Panda, of course, holding out here with the Khalil. The MP7 just tapping away. Not going to actually find the head. Man will find the head instead, and it's going to be a 2v3. So the Eagles have done some damage at the moment, and, well, not going to find one more. The man sneaking on in, but it's not going to be a ninja defuse. I think maybe just looking for something. Destroy it will close it out. So it's 2 to energy. Nothing extra surprising at that point, but at least they did some pretty decent damage with those deagles.
Absolutely. Now for DNMK, unfortunately, it's going to be another save round. You know, we can get a couple of upgrade pistols still, but ultimately you're still going to be going up against that firepower from Energy Esports. They've got the momentum now. It's that first pistol win conversion into the steamroll thereafter. So it is, you know, standard at this point, but we'll see if DNMK can just do a little bit more damage this time, because economy damage is the best you can hope for. If you really just want to go and absolutely surprise us and get this round, we can see this. DNMK, they're going to take the aggressive stance towards that outside control, try and catch Energy off guard here. Not going to be finding initial kills there because Energy are taking their time. They are aware that DNMK are on the pistols, and somehow the pistols are going to take the life of Panda as he takes down Nexus. So now it's still a 4-on-4 with DNMK still on the back foot. However, they have a bit of real estate towards this outside. They have some information here from Heartbreak, the man you can see right now rotating through to ramp. He has the information that Energy wants to go B. Ooh, he might actually catch Mango of God. Look at this trigger discipline. My goodness gracious. How are you holding this? He's just playing with their feelings at this point. Getting such good information for DNMK. He's unfortunately not going to get the kill, but with his life going down, he has given his teammates some advantage. Ooh, nice little Kobe there from Lich Lord. And now, unfortunately for DNMK, it's all gone to shreds. The man left to do some damage here takes the life and the head of Mango. Oh, with Lich Lord actually low, potentially it could have happened there, but that's going to be it for DNMK. And now, it's alright. Put that behind you. It doesn't matter too much, because now we're going into the buy round. Now this is the first foot that DNMK are going to have equal footing with Energy.
Yeah, this is where DNMK want to go in. I mean, we've seen it before where some of that momentum is shut down off that pistol, the pistol round win. But generally speaking, we usually see what we've exactly seen here: pistol round win, conversion into 2. That's not a big deal. DNMK played that just fine. They picked up the pistols. They got a bit of damage. Now they can buy up. Nothing too crazy going on here. They've made sure their economy is in check for the moment. But they are, of course, going to have to win this one if they want to start catapulting themselves forward into these rounds, because economy on the CT side, it's a difficult one to manage, and of course losing that first pistol round makes things pretty difficult. So they're going to look to try and make this happen. The AWP actually not going to connect to get the kill, and that's going to cost them Nexus. He's going to go down straight away. Tianki charging in there. He's going to take 2 headshots immediately. The man caught right out in the open trying to switch weapons. It's not going to be enough. Heartbreak, the last one left alive for DNMK, and well, it looks like their first buy round has just been absolutely dismantled here by Energy.
My goodness gracious, I mean, it's literally, not to excuse my pun, but it's literally heartbreaking to see this from DNMK, because this was their first buy round. This is when they want to get the momentum back and take it away from Energy, but we've seen it time and time again. Energy are so good with their tempo, this aggression that they have. Ooh, it's actually gonna be a tough one, but Heartbreak gonna do well to take the kill there onto Mango, so that's a little bit of damage there. That's a little bit of extra money that he can use, trying to get that AWP and keep it for the next round, but he has to be careful because Energy are hunting for exactly just that. Oh, has to try and connect the spray, but he's getting sandwiched, and that's exactly the theme that we were seeing. They were just swarming onto sites, and DNMK just didn't have an opportunity to respond there. So talk to me here. What happens now? I mean, you've got a little bit of a damage here in terms of economy. Looking at another save, looking at a bit of a force here. Like, what do DNMK need to do?
I mean, it's difficult because, you know, DNMK haven't really had much of a chance so far to really prove what they can do. You know, the first buy round that they have gets dismantled immediately, and I mean, usually, you know, you want to try and switch it up, approach it from a different position. But when you're having to save so frequently, it becomes difficult to try normal strats out, to try and approach it from a different way, because you're not on that buy. Do I think they should force? No. I don't think the force is really good in this position. I think maybe wait it out one, go for the next one. You could probably do some damage with the pistols, as DNMK have done before. But at that point, I think this is the final time that they can really go for the long play, because if they lose this one, they buy up again and then lose that, they're going to be in a horrible, horrible position. Not only economy wise, but just rounds in the first half wise.
Oh, goodness gracious. So a lot of pressure for this round. We'll see if DNMK can turn it around, if they can continue to hold it. So now, as you mentioned, they're relegated to pistols. They're looking to get an early pick here with the Deagle. It's a long shot. My goodness gracious. Specifically trying to get that kill there onto top of Silo. Now with your teammates mollied out, and the utility here from Energy are just making it so much more difficult for DNMK. So the Puff Flashes is through, and they're trying to take this control. They're trying to take A site. They're relatively watching the corners, but the man is going to get a kill there onto Yankee, but with the response there, the 3k there from Panda, it shuts it down immediately for DNMK. Once again, they've left it all onto Heartbreak's shoulders here. He's in a 1v4 situation with a Deagle, with a bit of armor. I don't see this happening, but potentially there's a kill, there's an exit frag, there's potentially an AK save. We'll see if he can do just that, just looking and hunting for it at this point, hoping that Energy make a slip up here. So, as he gets closer to the door, unfortunately, his only option, or only hope really, is that someone comes through that squeaky door and he catches them off guard. But with the extra strategy here, I think Energy are going to take a buddy system approach. They're going to make sure that they've got teammates covering their back, because they understand the DNMK are looking for it. And unfortunately for Heartbreak, Energy make the right decision. They run around. Only a Deagle to be saved, but now, as you've mentioned, it's the buy round here for DNMK, and if they do lose this, it's troublesome.
Yeah, it certainly is troublesome. I mean, they're able to buy into this one. They should be able to pick up the AWP. There it is. Dweezil going to pick that up. I think this is pretty much this is the round where they need to step it up. Like, this is the do or die, because if they lose this, Energy are going to be 6 rounds up in the first half already. And I mean, that it seems like we've just started this match, and already Energy, they're 5 rounds ahead, which is not a nice place to be in, especially if you're DNMK. This is the match that they really needed to, that we were talking about, that they needed to sort of prove themselves a little bit, maybe redeem themselves from some of the previous matches. So I'm really hoping that they can step it up on this one. This one's going to be a super, super crucial round for them. Now they're going to be getting aggressive here. Heartbreak and the man moving up very quickly from behind. The bomb is already going down there, so side control has been lost, and Lichlord going to take down Heartbreak. The swing is coming out. The man not going to be able to connect. Dweezil not there to support, and he's just going to get taken down from the side. The AWP does absolutely nothing. Nexus and Devo the last 2 left for DNMK, and once again, the DNMK just not looking like they're managing to hold on to this one. I mean, the side control wasn't there at all for them. They decided to get a little bit aggressive, maybe come from behind, but then when you want to execute that strat, you want to make sure all your teammates are helping you out, and the AWP just wasn't there. The peaks were solo. There was no double peeking or any support from the team, and they just go down. Now the man and Devo will be able to take down Mango and Lichlord, so there's at least 2 frags, but at this point, that is just a daunting barrel to look down right now for DNMK. Sure, they saved the M4s. They'll probably be able to buy up into this one and give themselves a good chance. But, I mean, this is the second time that they've lost a buy round. And, yeah, I mean, things are not looking clean right at this point. They're really going to have to step it up a little bit, or hope that they can maybe put 1 or 2 rounds on the board and go into the second half and try something else.
Oh, goodness gracious. So you can see that little bit of extra cash that Diver managed to accumulate is sitting in his bank still. He's holding and waiting it for that potential of another loss here, because this is dangerous waters here. DNMK, they forced up, and as you mentioned, this is potentially a last-ditch effort, sort of, because then they're going to be looking at another save. So DNMK, this is a very important round. They've managed to buy up in this round. They have some good utility. They have some good rifles. They need to stop Energy. And look at this pace from Energy. As you said, this game has just started, but this is because of this constant tempo here from Energy. They just take a site within the first couple of seconds, and they get in control. So much real estate that they're taking away. You can see Panda there with a beautiful headshot onto Heartbreak. Lichlord taking a page there and doing the exact same onto the face of Divo. So now 2 players have already dropped. You've got your big guns that have already dropped. you've got a lot of pressure to take this round and get that real estate back, and it's in a 2v5 situation. The man is taking some time here. He's getting some good temper here, trying to back it up and trying to take some kills here away from Energy. He does well to take down Panda, but Mango's there with the trade, and it's just falling apart for DNMK bit by bit. Nexus in a 1v4 situation, I don't see this happening, and now we have to start discussing what's DNMK going to do. He's going to do well to take down Destroyed. I mean, in a 1v3 situation, I would love to have seen it, but the time is just not there. So exit frags might be what he needs to look for, but he has to be careful because Lichlord is doing the hunting of his own, looking to try and take the kill where... Ooh, okay, Nexus. He's ready and waiting for it. He's not going to give it this AK away. He wants to keep it for the next round, and I think that will be a little bit of extra help. Ooh, especially with the money. But Yankee finally taken him out of the picture. So now, talk to me. You were saying, 6 rounds is scary. Now we're looking at 7.
Yeah, we're looking at 7, and I mean, just to take account of what just happened in that round, I saw DNMK switching things up a little bit. They were like, oh damn, we really do need site control, and it was looking good for about a split second as they sat on the site. They were like, yeah, we've got this, we've got site control now, we're going to make sure they don't break into A. But it wasn't even A they were breaking into, they just went straight down secret. No one was there to punish. Usually we see the smoke getting spammed, some kills, some damage at least, but we didn't see any of that, and they just got, like you said, that free real estate. They went straight down into B, and they were like, oh cool. And they had one guy, I think it was, on the lurk. Energy just had the one guy up there towards A, and even he was able to pick out 1 or 2. And I mean, at that point, when you've doubled down onto A site control to try and keep that from happening, what happened in the round previous to that, and it still happens anyway, and they're not even going for the site, like, then there's a problem. Like, something's definitely going wrong, or Energy is just really on top of their game at this point. Now, it looks like they're going to be getting really aggressive. DNMK trying to make something happen with just these pistols, and it's not working out. Yankee with an instant 3K, the man not able to do anything. Panda takes him out, and now once again, DNMK with 1 player versus 5. Nothing to do. It's a Deagle versus AKs, and I mean, that's just that's not going to happen. You can get 1 headshot, sure, maybe 2 if you're really great, 3 if you're just insane, but at that point the trade has to come through. I mean, there's no chance that Energy doesn't trade that at that point. And I mean, what we've seen coming out from Energy has just been really good, really fluid. They've been moving together, and nice quick one league coming out there from Deevak. But like I said, there's maybe 1, maybe 2. But I mean, at that point, the trades just have to come in. Energy, there's no ways they let it go for free. We've seen DNMK be able to take some damage, to do some good damage at least to Energy. He's able to retrieve the AK. The spray is actually good. Maybe he can save this one. The shot's coming through the wall is going to distract him, though. He goes down. DNMK, I don't know. I feel like they need to assert themselves a little bit more on the map. They need to, because, they put themselves on A. But that wasn't enough. You need your players outside. They really need to be just putting their presence and making it known. You're on the CT side. The Ts already know that you're there. You can't be sneaky. You can't do, the funny thing is they know that you're going to be holding that position. So what you need to do is be like, yes, I'm holding that position, but you're going to know that I'm holding this position because it's going to be difficult for you to push past this. My mollies are coming in. My utils are coming in. You need to respect that. And right now, Energy, well, they don't need to respect anything. They're just walking straight up and taking what they want.
Ooh, I was going to say, potentially DNK is listening to you because they got a double AWP setup here, trying to do a little bit more damage early on here to Energy, but instead it's going to be an easy frag there for Energy immediately in the first couple of seconds. Ooh, Heartbreak chiming back there with the man as backup, and now they're starting to look good. As I say that though, Lichlord with the response takes him down, evens out the numbers here. It's a 3-on-3, and it's just battles happening all over the map here. You can see Energy players a little bit cornered at this point. Finally, DNMK have actually stopped their tempo, and now they're starting to take it. Divo, it's going to take down Lichlord. The bomb has been dropped in the hands of DNMK. So now it's just Tianki and Panda to try and clutch this out. Ooh, with the timing, looking at the wrong place, Tianki's going to get taken out. All left to Panda in a 1v3 situation. Spots the AWP, tries and gets him to move off of that position so he can get closer to this bomb site. But as I say that, I mean, if you get past Heartbreak, you still have to deal with Diesel and Diver. And just look at this. Playing with the map, knowing the angles. Oh, Heartbreak finishing it off with the 3K. Absolutely beautiful. So that double AWP setup, they worked. Well, on the back there of Heartbreak getting an insane 3K. But ultimately, a lot more of this needs to happen. They need to stop Energy's tempo. They need to stop their pace because they are so quick. We were talking about it. When they take a site, it's literally just pressure from every possible point, and DNMK get overwhelmed. So now hopefully they can take this little bit of momentum and capitalize off of it. Punish Energy for anything and everything you possibly can. That being said, though, they have the money. They're going to be buying up into this round, and it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I mean, you can see that already. Panda, Tianki, the man trying to hold it down, the FAMAS actually going to be landing the shots, which is really good. He whips out the USP to try and just keep things going. The AK is not going to prevail. What is this? Where was this kind of play 4 or 5 rounds ago? DNMK asserting themselves for once at least. And this is the result. This is what they needed. But they needed this like 4 or 5 rounds ago, like I said. And so this is going to be a clawback. Now they're like, okay, we need to put ourselves down. We need to actually start doing something. And they're doing it. They have the capability. You can see it right here. They can make it happen. But they just needed to turn the switch on a little bit earlier because they've put themselves in a really difficult position. We're already 10 rounds deep into this map. DNMK only have 1 on the board, looking to put a second one on the board. And I mean, when you're talking about putting a second round on the board right now, as we're approaching that final end of the half, I mean, things are getting tight. DNMK, they're really going to have to keep this going. Lichlord going straight up into there will be taken down though, and DNMK will pick it up. Dweezil finishing it off, of course, but this is the thing now. DNMK, they've shut down a little bit of energy, but you can see the money and energy is still great. It's still perfect. They can still buy up. So DNMK, they need to continue doing whatever it is they just did, and that needs to happen like 4 more times for them to have like a decent chance.
So, I mean, this is the second round that they've gotten. It's the second time that a player has literally had to get a 3K for them to do so. So, as you said, you know, DNMK, they have the capability. They just need to do a little bit more of it. Show us some of this DNMK special CS that you know you have prepped. And you can see Nexus, some good positioning. Is actually going to catch destroyed, but an immediate trade-off there. And here's this what I'm talking about. Energy are so good. They polished at this point. The trades are there for them. So if they can continue this, then as you said, it's a tough climb. But we'll see. DNMK still in this, most definitely still in this. Still a possibility of getting that 7th round going into the next half. But we'll see if they can do just that. Ultimately, we're looking at a 4v4 situation here. Diver might get caught out there because Lichlord has made such good pace at this point. He's gotten a lot of map control now and some good information for Energy. So as they head into this B bomb site, DNMK going to be on for the retake. They're going to be a little bit slow to do so because they were still fighting outside. They were still, you know, expecting Energy to take an A site here, so the rotations are a little bit slower. You can see Heartbreak and the man still on that top side of the bomb, planting the map really. But at this point, Dweezil the only one close with the AWP. Does get the shot there onto Panda, makes it a 3v2. I was just waiting for that. He takes down Mango and it's all left onto Tianki's shoulders here for Energy. It's possible. We'll see if he can do this. He's going to run right around the smoke. Bomb getting tapped there. It's actually getting stuck, and Dweezil finishing it off there with the 3K. This is the 3rd round. The 3rd 3K here from DNMK.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what they need, then that's what they need. You know, be that as it may, at least they're getting the rounds, which is pretty much all that matters. But the thing for them now is it took them how many rounds to find the rhythm on this CT side? It is going to mean that they're going to have to just jump right into the shoes when they switch halves and get onto that T side. They're going to have to just be straight up in momentum. Like, any sort of hesitation is going to be really, really difficult for them to come back from. It's going to be very punishing. I mean, we've seen Energy. They can do it. So DNMK, they need to keep this pacing. They need to keep pushing it over towards Energy, keep shutting it down. Of course, you can see Energy making their way very, very quickly here. They've got the AKs. They've got stuff going for them. But now what they need to do is they need to shut down DNMK if they want that win. DNMK making this one slightly easier for themselves by getting 3 on the board, but they still have a long ways to go now. Mango going to take down Heartbreak, which is going to be traded immediately. Diesel takes down Panda, so it is a 1-for-1 at this point. 4v4, but the spray coming through doesn't manage to connect with anything just yet. Evo playing right here. The rest of the players, actually, DNMK pretty much bottlenecked all the way up here towards the ramp. Is it going to be that they go down? Tianki takes 2, Destroy comes in, Lichlord swings, and, well, the bottleneck doesn't really work out for them because now you have all the Energy players looking in the same direction.
Oh, goodness gracious, that... I mean, you know, great work for DNMK to actually manage to get out of that position there. I mean, good bit of utility usage. Blinded the players that were initially holding that aggressive stance there, but Tianki with the spray. I mean, the players here from Energy just firing on all cylinders at this point. So, I mean, as soon as you get 1, there's another 2 to do exactly the same, you know, and continue to get those kills. So, as you mentioned, for DNMK, I don't know what they need to do right now, but they definitely need to change something. And you can see they're trying to take that aggressive stance here, but Energy just take a site immediately. It's almost as if they can see where exactly DNMK are planning to go. They have some foresight into what exactly DNMK wants to do every single round at this point, because they're running into a completely free bomb site. It seems like round and round again. And now DNMK on the retake in a 4v5 situation. They've got a couple of pistols here, a FAMAS, and a bit of utility at their disposal. Looking for that fourth round. This is going to be quite the difficult retake, especially if Lichlord is just pumping bullets in through the smoke, taking down players here from DNMK, and the time is just running out at this point. Just do some damage, take down Tianki, a blind, very blind Tianki, but he's got his teammates to back him up. Their Dweez are going to do well to take down that final kill onto Destroyed, but ultimately, oh no, he gets taken down as he tries to save it. So now look at the money. Oh, this is heartbreaking again, because for DNMK, you know, they're starting to get that rhythm, and then as soon as they do, Energy they just pull a rabbit out of the hat, and they're like, oh, well, watch this, you know, first 10 seconds, let's rush into secret and take the B bomb side strat that we have. And then we're going to do the same thing for A side.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, DNMK, they lost the pistol round, right? So the momentum was already in Energy's favor, but then the fact of the matter is the Energy got like a couple of free rounds off the back of that. They got 2 or 3 rounds off the back of that first initial 3-round win, and that made it so difficult for DNMK really to start coming back. As soon as they find they grip the back and forth nature of CS, it's just what happens. And now we're 3-10 at the moment in favor of Energy. Dweezil and Heartbreak gonna chime in with 2, so that does mean Mango, Tianki, and Panda the last 3 left remaining for Energy. But Panda and of course Tianki, and I mean these 3 are capable players. We've seen them get more than more than their fair share of kills before, so I wouldn't be surprised if they were able to still make this happen. In this 3v3, DNMK trying to respond at this point, taking down Tianki. Oh, the heartbreak of missing that AWP shot is just going to be absolutely punishing. It's 2v2 at the moment, Mango and Panda versus the man and Devo. Energy now 55 seconds left on the clock, and there goes Mango. So it's just Panda now at the moment trying to head towards the bomb and get that down and dusted. Not too sure if it's possible at this point. The seconds are ticking away, and DNMK are hot on the trail, trying to sniff him out, looking for that potential bomb plant, looking for that potential last frag, and maybe a 4th round there for DNMK if they manage to find him. Tempo could be there. Evo is in the right spot, but he will win the shot as well. Panda goes down, and 4 rounds now on the board for DNMK.
Oh my goodness gracious, I don't know how Divo managed to stay alive there. he's got some insane armor there. But literally by the skin of their teeth, DNMK take that 4th round. So now looking into getting this 5th for the last round of this half. They're going up against a full AK buy, a fully set and prepped roster here from Energy Esports. They have all of the utility and the guns that they really could wish for at this point. So with this buy here from DNMK, they're definitely going to have to hit the shots, but we know, we've seen it, we've seen what they can do with the farmhouse there. Oh, a little bit of a door block there. Divo takes 2 with the trades here from the man. It looks like DNMK are going to get this, but look at this. The response here from Energy is insane. Ultimately, Panda and Lichlord left the last 2 alive here for Energy Esports against Dweezil and Heartbreak. So Panda on 6 HP, Lichlord also just below 50 here. It's quite a tough time now for them, but it is a possible chance here for DNMK. They need to get this retake. You can see Heartbreak and Dweezil already in the position to do so. But now it's about finding the right angles here. A bit of a weird crossfire here, I'd say, from Energy. It's a bit of a gamble because Lichlord, he's open to a lot of angles here, but it's the gamble that they need to take. So now ultimately all down to Lichlord's shoulders. Have to see if he can clutch it out. It's just as important round here for DNMK. Oh, he takes down Heartbreak there. The molly's going to slow him down to the 2 seconds, the 1 second. Oh my goodness gracious, you literally could not have cut that closer. Energy Esports, they take the 11th round. Going into this next half, they are looking dominating, but ultimately this is potentially the changeover. You know, we never know if it's a CT-sided team, if it's a T-sided team. Ultimately, we've seen it time and time again. If you are just better at your T side, then that's where you want to be, and that's where we've seen these rounds come back. So there's still potential for DNMK, but it is definitely going to be a tough climb.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the bare minimum for potential. If you're talking about potential, this is basically exactly what... I mean, I was really hoping they could get that 5th round. It would make them so much more comfortable going into that one. And it looked like they were going to have it. I mean, they had such a good side hold. Energy coming out on top in a couple of the gunfights, but... I mean, this is just such a good hold from them. They were able to keep it going. It looked like it was going to go their way, and now we're in the second half pistol round to try and make things happen. The shots going straight on in at the moment. We're sitting with the man and Heartbreak, the last 2 remaining for DNMK as they try to charge in. Heartbreak moving up with that Glock to try and make something happen, but he will only find 2. I was going to say he'll only find 1. He finds 2 in any case, and now it's just Panda. Panda left alone for Energy here with the USP, a smoke. The bomb is going to go down here. Plenty of time. Everything working now for DNMK, and this could be, like you say, maybe this side is where they feel so much more comfortable. Panda trying to hit the shots. The moment the heads need to be found, and so far not being found just yet. The bomb is ticking away, and, well, Panda not going to be able to do it. Heartbreak with another. So it seems like DNMK really just, when they get those multi-frags, you know, they really just pop off of the back of that, but they need to keep that going. That's something that they really need to keep going. They need to spiral this win into the next 2. Then they need to keep the momentum going, just like Energy did, and hopefully equalize things and potentially give themselves a chance to win.
Well, this is the perfect opportunity to do that. You know, they've just won the pistol round, and as you said, now they can steamroll it. They can just take another 2 rounds potentially away from Energy Esports. That is, if these USPs somehow don't do some crazy things, but... honestly, looking at the paper, looking at what they have at their disposal, there should be another round here for DNMK. Can see just the Galils just firing away, bullets going into the backs and every single possible corner there of Energy. So finishing this off, ultimately, it's going to be Lichlord down in a 1v5 situation. You could potentially kill Dweezil here, you know, with the low HP, but with the bomb going down, DNMK have some time to set up those pipelines, you know, even if it wasn't needed at this point. They have the time. And there should be another round here. Lichlord just hoping to try and get an exit frag here, potentially take another gun away from them. But, I mean, this is a good round here for DNMK, and this is a good sign. Because now they have the potential to get that 3rd, and then they have potential to continue that momentum. It's all about momentum at this point. What it looks like, DNMK, ooh, they're looking to take it back. Oh, Dweezil, you couldn't finish that off close. 3 HP, my goodness gracious. So, ultimately, good round for them. Good start. Yeah. Continue this, because look at this now from Energy. They're actually buying up into this round. They're taking the gamble. It's not, you know, the full utility. It's not, you know, the head armor, which doesn't really matter when you're going against AKs, but this could be dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, that's a gamble that Energy can take at this point. You know, they're like, all right, we have the potential to shut down DNMK's movements. Yeah, if the snowball from DNMK is shut down, their comeback is going to be so much more difficult. And Energy, they want to make it difficult for DNMK. They do not want to let DNMK get back into this one. They started off on a strong foot, and they want to keep that going. And this is their chance to do so. They've bought up, but it's not going to matter. Devo and Heartbreak and DNMK, they're just going to open things up super quickly. 2 instant kills. Lichlord are going to find 1 back at least, but already DNMK starting this one off well. Destroyed going to be moving in. He tries to take 1, but the spray down's not good enough. Devo will come out on top of that one. Destroyed going to get taken down, and now Tianki and Lichlord, the last 2 left for Energy at the moment. DNMK, they wanted to keep this going. Energy made the gamble. It so far hasn't worked out for them. We'll see if maybe they can get some sort of a clutch going, maybe do some damage. But I mean, even if you do damage to DNMK at this point, they're going to be feeling pretty happy with that. T-side economy, not so bad to handle. Nexus goes down. Devo takes down Tianki. Now it's just Lichlord sitting in the smoke, and all the crosses are trained in the right direction. Man, actually going to be finishing it with the scout. So DNMK, yeah, a really great start to this half, and they also shut down the counter shutdown, which is great because Energy invested into that, and they were like, okay, we have the potential to take down at DNMK here, stop their snowball from happening. DNMK win that one out, which is such an important win. Now the snowball can keep going because Energy on pistols.
Absolutely, as you said, this was a gamble, and it was a gamble that Energy safely could take, but now we might see DNMK finally getting that momentum and just steamrolling with it. So this pace here, from both sides, is just holding W at this point, and the pistol's actually doing a lot of damage. My good gracious. Energy Esports, they take down 2. They take down 3. And now it's a 2v2 situation there with the beautiful 1 league there from Mango. But it's Mango and Destroyed left to try and take this away from DNMK, and the man just to the back of Mango takes him down ultimately. Destroyed manages to get an AK there. Oh, just can't run away with it. There's too many bullets to deal with. So this is great here from DNMK. They're holding their ground, and it's beautiful to see because this is what we want to see. So now they're on the 8th round. They're 3 rounds away from tying it out, but it's that buy round. As you mentioned, Energy Esports did quite a bit of damage there with the pistol, so they got a little bit of extra to be able to afford that AWP in the hands of Panda. The utility there, it's going to be an interesting one to see.
Yeah, and that was actually a very close shave for DNMK, but the fact that they won that out is huge for them. Of course, now Energy will be able to buy up and then start putting up a fight, but this is a good start for DNMK. Only a couple of rounds behind now, which is really, really great for them. So much more of a showing from them. Definitely what we expected. You know, we were just sitting here like, why is it happening? Why is Energy running away with this? But DNMK answer back. They've responded. They found their niche. They found that groove that they were looking for. They're in the moment now. They're in that momentum, and they need to keep it going here. So this round right here is going to be super, super critical. If they win this, if DNMK win this, it is going to be huge for them. It's probably going to be the biggest round that we've seen from them in this map alone, because the energy economy is not looking too great. If you win this, they're going to be relying on that loss bonus, and well, that's not a great spot to be in for the CTs. So DNMK have everything riding on this. It's going to be Panda, and he's just going to open things up onto Heartbreak. But he's just going to fall off the angle as well. Not going to open himself up to any of the refrags, which is definitely going to make DNMK being a little bit uncomfortable at the moment. Next is trying to charge in, but destroyed with the AUG. Going to be taking absolutely everything. Dweezil goes down, and the last one left alive with this M4. Man, DNMK, they really made such a good comebacks, and they just couldn't take this critical round, which is going to make things a little bit more difficult for them. Now, they do have the economy, if they lose this one, to buy it back. They have a long way to go. The man will only get one before he gets traded. Energy taking another one for themselves. It's 12-8 at the moment. A couple of rounds ahead is Energy at this point. They've got the economy now relatively secured. If they lose this, it will be still difficult for them, but they're in a little bit of a better spot. DNMK have this one last sort of buffer round before things get really, really heated, because Energy is looking closer and closer towards that match point, and DNMK need to shut them down now.
Absolutely. So the 4-round gap is there. DNMK looking to take it back. Ooh, some good outside control here. And look at the spacing from Mango. He's going to manage to get into such a good position here. So DNMK choose to take the secret position. Even they with the utility, they're going to have to deal with a surprise here from Energy Esports. He's creeping for it. You see, he's hungry for this. Energy Esports, they're not backing down. And oh, Nexus, what kind of a flick was that? He takes him down. There's a response there from Panda as he takes down Diver, but ultimately we're still down to a 4v4, and Nexus and Dweezil are trying to get that firmly planted B-bomb site and done and dusted, and potentially their 9th round. So Destroy here to try and dissuade them, to try and stop them from doing just that. The sounds and the triggers are there. Oh, the timing is not, unfortunately. He gets caught out as he's jumping, and now DNMK looking to take this round. Nexus up close personal there with the nade, gonna do quite a bit of damage. Panda down to 23 HP. It's a 3-on-4 retake here. It's a crucial round here for Energy. They want to take this away, and DNMK just equally want this round as bad as you'd be. Oh, Dweezil there. That's a beautiful aggression. He takes down 2. His teammate is there to get the trade, and what a way to take your 9th round. Beautiful. So now Energy, as you said, you know, talking about buffer rounds, they have one of their own. And then it starts to be trouble. It starts to spell trouble. If DNMK can continue to take this, we might be seeing, you know, potentially a tie. We might be seeing this, you know, swinging finally completely the way of DNMK.
Yeah, I mean, what a great response there from DNMK. They took control of that one, and then when things were down to the wire, that aggression coming out so unexpected. I think Energy was just absolutely caught out from that one. Such a good showing, and now Energy have decided to actually take themselves to the pistols instead of forcing it up, which is a good economic decision for them. They know they do have a couple of rounds to play with. It's not a big margin, but it's there. They're going to try and keep themselves in this one, moving very quickly, trying to take control with those pistols. It's going to be difficult against the AKs, but the AK spray will land. So the man is going to make it happen. Lichdort goes down. The shots now coming through. Nexus going to take down Tianki, as well as DNMK looking towards that A site, looking to get in there. The shots from Mango with the CZ will reward him with Nexus and the upgrade to the AK. The question is that going to be enough to stop DNMK from getting the bomb down and getting another round for themselves? This would be the 10th round if they win it. very important round for them in that momentum cycle. Panda gonna get taken out immediately. No chance for any of that pistol damage to come in. The nades just dropping down. Mango and Destroyed, the last two left for Energy. The bomb goes down here. DNMK, they're really looking good in this one now. They have certainly found their footing. Definitely looking so much better, like we know they could be into this one. And Heartbreak going to be making sure Destroyed doesn't do anything crazy. Mango might just look to save the AK here and try and go into the next round with as much power as possible. As Energy, they have the onus now to shut down DNMK, who are on quite a roll on this T-half.
I'd say exactly that. So, I mean, you were talking about, as they come into this half, they needed to jump into those shoes and they needed to just run away with it. And they're starting to do just that. I mean, there's good responses here from Energy, though. So it's still swinging and it's still competitive. But this is some great momentum here from DNMK, and we'll see if they can continue that. So, I mean, you were talking about that 10th round, in terms of that momentum cycle. Just to see that double digit, it makes it so much more palatable, really. It makes that climb a lot easier in your mind, because you're like, okay, well, it's not, it's not a 12-9, it's not a 12-6, because that's what you're thinking when you're thinking about seeing that single digit against that double digit. So now that momentum is there, and I'm liking this little bit of a pacing change here from DNMK. They're taking the time out, trying to discuss this, and now looking at the economy, they're looking great. Not the best, but they still have some money that they can use in the next round. Whereas with Energy, we're talking about it, they're dancing on that dangerous line.
Yeah, I mean, dancing on that dangerous line of lost bonus is really not what you want to be doing, especially on the CT side, because it means that you're working with a lot of money, right? It's the lost bonus, but when you're working on that maximum lost bonus, what it is you get there and you're like, okay, we have the money to get the wins. We're working towards the win, but as soon as we get the win, we also start losing the cash, and that means that you need to continue to push past, get the win, and then it burdens you to get another one, and you have to keep it going. DNMK, they've been doing exactly that. They've just been keeping the wins coming, but they need to keep it going, and Tianki is going to not let that happen. He's going to shut them down. 3k already in the opener. We still have a minute and a half left on the clock, and Tianki's just like, no, I think I'll take 3 real quick. He's just going to open things up. He doesn't want to let things run away at the moment, and this could be the tilting point for Energy if DNMK can't find anything in this round. It's a 2v5 at this point. So much work to do here for DNMK. If they lose this, it's not the end of the world, but like I said, Energy, they're moving towards the end. They're moving towards that match point, and it's going to be so difficult to tilt them off the balance there. Panda going to take one. Dweezil the last left with the AK, and he might just get caught out here. Can he get the swing? It's not going to happen. Mango will close it out. 13 rounds at the moment for Energy. At DNMK, they're going to have to make some decisions.
I'm just going to stop saying that someone is in danger of going into, that economy trouble, because as soon as I do, it just goes the different way. So I'm going to stop with that. I'm going to make a mental note of that, because honestly, I think both of these teams are listening to me, and they're just waiting for me to say that to prove me wrong. So now, Energy, they take a 13th round off of the back of a beautiful 3k there from Tianki. And now DNMK, they have that last buffer. This is the last ditch effort. Otherwise, they're looking at a save. They're looking at the 14th round here for Energy. It is a very crucial round here for both sides. Energy looking to get that match point closer and closer, ultimately playing for that 14th round or the 11th here for DNMK. So let's see what happens here. Dweezil with a Galil, ultimately a couple of AKs on the side of DNMK, not as much utility as I'm sure they would love, but it might still be enough. We'll have to wait and see. You can see this now. Energy actually placing quite a bit of momentum and presence there towards ramp. They haven't really committed to anything outside, so they're allowing DNMK to go down to secret if they so wish. And now, with the looks of these smokes getting set up, it might just be that. But the rotations there from Destroyed and Panda and even Mango will be immediate. So with the sound cues now happening, with Mango now seeing all of this utility and getting blinded by it, in fact, that is going to be the trigger for Energy to rotate around to ramp. And you can see Tianki already in a position to do so. Oh, he's looking to do quite a bit of damage here with this Kobe. Oh, the timing is so good, but he's going to have to back down because there's way too many bullets to deal with. And now, as we said, those rotations are happening so quick here from Energy. They're already on the site. And for DNMK, there's 30 seconds left. They have to take this B-bomb site. They have to get the bomb down. They need to get this 11th round. Oh, and there's just clap back from either side. Ultimately, Energy coming out on top as they take down 2. With only 1 there for DNMK. Heartbreak is going to be able to find Lichlord, starting to even out that numbers. Now, the rotation there to the A site, just in the nick of time. They're going to get the bomb down, and now they need to hold it. Heartbreak going to be good to find the kill onto Mango. Panda and Destroyed. Ooh, need to take this retake. But the kills here from DNMK are working. A Nexus and Heartbreak together to get a teamy ace. They finish this round. They get their 11th. And I mean, that was looking scary. Energy were in the position immediately as DNMK was supposed to be going into an open site. No. Energy is there to take it. Energy is there to try and take it away from you. But the shots here from DNMK, you can see it. Just headshot. And beautiful individual play here from DNMK. So now Energy Esports, they're going to be able to buy up. They have the money. They did quite a bit of damage there. So economy not looking too stressed at this point, but the rounds are creeping closer and closer.
Oh man, I have to just give props to DNMK there. I was getting flashbacks. I mean, I've seen so many times where a team will play the slow game, which is really great. It's a change of pace, and it allows DNMK. They took the time out. They go into a round, they lose, and they're like, all right, let's play it a bit slower. Let's stop, trying to push. It worked out. We got the rounds. We got the comeback. Let's take a step back. Let's play it a bit slow, which is great. The new strat comes in. They try and approach it from a different angle to get some rounds on the board. But a lot of teams, when they do that, make the mistake of overcommitting. And as DNMK came in, I thought, oh, it's over. Now they're going to the B bomb site and they're just going to overcommit to this one. But as soon as they felt that heavy resistance, they were like, all right, we're not going to get into it. They switch it up. They go straight back up vents. They get to the A site. The bomb plant's there. They rotated perfectly. It was such a good response from DNMK, especially, you came up against the wall of energy and they were like, all right, cool. We'll give way. We're not going to brute force it. There's no reason. We're just going to rotate up. We're going to do what we need to do. And they get themselves around. Such a good play from them. I'm so happy that I got to saw that from DNMK, or got to see that, sorry, from DNMK. Very, very nice from them. Of course, they will still need to keep this going here, and it is going to be the AUG on Destroyed trying to stop them from pushing up into this ramp position. He is going to fall off at the moment. Panda now trying to peek out as well with the AWP. Is he going to find anyone, though, at this point? It is going to be Heartbreak with his own orb to try and make something happen. He's going to get straight up, caught out, expecting him to be covered by the smoke, and getting caught out because of that. Nexus going to be picking up the dropped orb, and now it's DNMK moving in towards the A site, trying to just charge in head first to try and make something happen. Now the shots are coming in. Devo gonna take one, gets traded out immediately. The shots are flying. Nexus, the last one left, in a 1v3 at the moment, and it's just not enough. Energy are gonna take the 14th round, and now they are teetering on the balance of that match point. And DNMK, they don't have money to work with. This is just going to be so difficult for them to come back on. The best they can do now is potentially try their best to do damage to Energy, let them get that 15th round, that match point, and maybe try and even things out.
Oh, this is scary. So Pistols to try and stop Energy from getting that match point against a fully bought Energy, trying to get a site with only Pistols. This is a tough decision. And now they've got utility, they've got a couple of smokes, and they've got some pace here towards outside. As we mentioned, those smokes are going to help them to try and just get into a position where they can get the bomb down, but it's a tough mountain to climb here, and we can see Energy not giving anything away for free. They're just playing around the smoke, they're just playing around the angles here, and oh, Mango is just playing the game of CS. He takes down 3, looking for that 4th as he puts Diver down to 26 HP, but the clapback is there. He takes him down. Diver getting the trade there. Heartbreak, oh, not in a position to respond to Tianki because he's just too fast. Now Diver is all onto your shoulders. You're in a 1v4 situation here with only a Deagle. This is a tough decision. This is a tough choice now. Has to do something. Has to try and get something for these Pistols. Potentially a bomb plant. Potentially even... Well, we don't know yet. We're going to have to wait and see. So, Hunting now is... He's trying to get that revenge there onto Tianki. Just falling back, playing the time. Ooh, and just... That's such a difficult shot to hit. And there's the response from Energy. They take their match point. But... As we said, I mean, DNMK, they literally were relegated to Pistols, trying to stop Energy from doing crazy things. And I mean, you can see this here from Mango. Oh, such a beautiful 3K. And now this is the last-ditch effort. You have to stop Energy. There's no other choice. There's no buffer.
Yeah. I mean, look, this game has really been a difficult one for DNMK. I think they've shown that they really do have the potential. I mean, you can see it. They've put 11 rounds on the board after such a horrible first half. But the thing is, it was that slowness to start. It was that, you know, the rounds that they required to find their footing in order to get the momentum going, that's really what cost them this match so far. I mean, that's really just what's come back to bite them, because if they had found themselves a little bit quicker, they would have been able to do so much more. And the consistency from Energy has just been there from the get-go, and it's been so difficult to shut down. Now, the shots coming through, DNMK on their last ditch buy, the Galils have come out, the SG is there for Devo, Heartbreak, of course, having gone down to Mango as well for the side of Energy. It is a 4v4, but the health bars for DNMK not looking that great. And Energy, they know they can just play this slow. They don't have to get too crazy, too aggressive. They have one player just moving about, the rest watching towards the sites as DNMK just looking around, seeing what they can find, trying to maybe make something happen here, stop Energy from taking the win. But it's such a difficult spot. If they lose this, it's basically done. They don't have anything else to do. If they lose this round, it's going to be pistols for them. And I mean, we've seen how that works out for them. It's not the greatest. Destroyed going to take the first quick headshot straight over to Nexus. Weasel going to be taken down. Devo goes down as well. Panda with the quick swing. And now it's just the man. And he doesn't have much left in the way of health or time. And, well, a shot from Destroyed is just going to close it out immediately. And, well, that's Energy taking the dub.
My goodness gracious. It was a beautiful showing here from DNMK, especially from, compared to what we saw on Friday. But ultimately, I agree with you. I think it was that slow start that really gave them, such a back foot to start with. I mean, that half definitely wasn't what they wanted to, but they did so well to come back from that. And ultimately, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of DNMK. There's a few things that they need to change, but also they're going up against a team like Energy, who have arguably been one of the biggest, scariest teams that we've seen so far. So, I mean, it's beautiful work to see, and I still think it's going to continue. So, ultimately, beautiful showing, and I'm keen to see more.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Definitely a great showing coming out from DNMK. Unfortunately, they weren't able to make the distance. The start a little bit too slow, but definitely showing their potential and definitely giving us hope for the future for them. Of course, GG to Energy. And with that, let's go back and see what our analysts have to say at the desk.
Thank you so very much, Casters. Indeed, an incredible game coming in from Energy once again, but you cannot shy away from the game that we just witnessed from DNMK, the third game, and it generally did seem like the momentum they picked up certainly was about to roll in their favor.
I mean, definitely, but it was a little bit too late. Even Patchy stated that after the first half, the 11-4 swap, the pressure on them was pretty incredible, and them performing that way in that sort of a pressure. I mean, as you said, it was an incredible day for Energy Esports, but I have to say it was an incredible day for DNMK as well. I mean, this sort of a performance, had they done this in the other matches, they would definitely be sitting with a W on the leaderboard as far as it is concerned. But this was sort of interesting. Energy Esports just overwhelming when they were playing the D side, just putting the pressures on the executes with this sheer amount of numbers that they were coming in with, and coming in from different directions as well, just not allowing DNMK the opportunity to get more than one frags at a time. But DNMK, they had different plans. When they were on the T side, it was more about the controlled aggression. They were just letting Energy overthink their decisions about the rotations that were being made from their side, and that's how they basically ended up getting the rounds. And it was the constant change of paces as well, because you would see them be really, really fast on the execute, just try and rush in towards the side and get the control that way in a few rounds, and then all of a sudden they would slow down the pace, and then just once again a few rounds later they would just come back rushing in. So those sort of changes did help them out. But on the CT side, the defenses were lacking a lot of things, and like control on the outer side was just not there. They were being too aggressive, pushing in from the B ramp couple of times, and did get punished for that as well by the players of Energy Esports. But Energy just getting that massive lead in the very first half was the thing that helped them close out the game. Otherwise, had this been a little bit closer, because DNMK, after the 4 rounds, I did expect them to pick up a few more in the first half itself. I was expecting the half to be sort of 10-5 or a 9-6 situation. And had that been the case, I'm pretty sure DNMK would have just smashed through the second half and taken this one through the victory.
It certainly could have been the case, because after all, the momentum that DNMK showcased in the second half was really, really good, and of course it could have very well spiraled down in their victory as well. But on the other side, of course, that was just their third game, I believe. So of course, let's also, before we move on with more stats, look at the most valuable player from today's game, and that indeed going to be, wow, Lichlord.
Well, Lichlord had an incredible run today. I mean, 22 kills coming in, ADR of 88.81, multi-kill 6, entry frags 3, total impact rating 1.43. So an incredible performance, and from his team as well. I mean, we did see the other lads perform quite well. Energy Esports, this is one thing that we have always talked about. All the players seem like they're on the same page no matter what they're doing.
Absolutely. Every single time we've seen Energy step into the arena against their competition, they are very sure that they're going to be decimating no matter what the competition is right off the bat since the time we've seen their first game in Umzansi. With that, of course, let's also segue in with the leaderboard and quickly find out if at all anything has changed.
Yeah, things have changed a lot. I mean, Energy Esports, 13 points already being reached, and have the most wins, have the most matches played as well. 5 games completed for them. Sinister 5 right behind them with 10 points, but it's going to be that one loss that separates these two teams apart. On the other side, DNMK, if this keeps going, them and White Rabbit Gaming are just going to be tied up with 4 losses each, so they have to make sure that they get the victory in the next match that they played. And can somehow try to take over Online Kingdom as well if they end up winning their next 2 games.
Absolutely, that is the story as of now, standing on the master leaderboard, and things are looking pretty phenomenal for quite a lot of these teams. But again, the story does not end there. We still have a lot more weekends left, and of course, if this is your first time tuning in, well, Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, across the weekends, we are coming to you live on Jinx TV, so do not forget to tune in. And with that, we also do reach the end of our stream for this weekend. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm your host, Blotter, joined in with Super Johnny, saying sayonara, take care, stay awesome.